Stream starting. Bow, bow, bow. Is the stream starting? It says I'm live, but am I live? Someone tell me if I'm live.
Doesn't look like it.
That's not good. That's bad. That's the opposite of good.
I saw an hot start, which is a good sign. No, you're live.
I'm live. Cool, groovy. How?
Yeah, there we go.
Awesome.
Now you're live.
How is everybody? Are you all good? Everyone's awesome. Awesome. Okay. So, we have a couple of debates. Sorry, we're a little bit late running this thing. We didn't have any at first, but now we got quite a few. And we decided that we are first off going to start with Absolute Batman being argued by Guy versus Skynet being argued by Lizzie Lee. Does anyone want to support Absolute Batman or Skynet against the other if you know a lot about either of those things? Anybody? No.
I know a little bit about Skynet, and I can do some research on the fly.
No, that's not how it works. Why are you even up here? I forgot you were up here.
Why am I up here?
Get a debate, Space Duck, and then you can come back up. I didn't even realize you were up there.
Kick my ass down.
Yeah, there you go. I just totally didn't realize that you were here. Whatever. So Yaku says that Absolute Batman dies horribly. Lizzie also believes that Absolute Batman dies horribly, but Guy believes that is not the case. Guy, your mic's working? I see you're muted right now.
Yeah, so I was simply waiting for permission.
Okay. No, I get you. Not an issue. I just wanted to make sure. Okay, yeah. So it doesn't look like anybody else is ready to join you guys. So we all get started. And while their debate is going on, I need other people to give me debates so that I can add them to the list and we can vote on them and stuff like that. Because for right now, we have 2 more after this, and they basically all involve Lizzie at the moment. So just
Why is it busy ball?
Yeah, because Lizzie's the only one who actually tried to get debates going. Everybody else was just like, nah. So yeah, so Absolute Batman. Yeah. So, unless you just want to listen to Lizzie all night. Get debates, get ready, and
me and my beautiful voice.
I also have less than no problem with ending this stream early if it's not going particularly exciting, or people aren't super chatting, all that stuff. I have absolutely no issues today. I'm exhausted. I don't feel like doing this. So yeah, so make your debates, do all that kind of stuff. Be engaged, and you got Lizzie, Guy. Go ahead.
All right, give me the rundown on Absolute Batman.
I was actually going to introduce myself first, but yeah, sure, I'll do that too. Okay. Down to business. Okay. Absolute Batman. I actually wrote this down in the chat. I'll pull that up right now. Absolute Batman, first and foremost, is a super soldier. This is part of the origin story in the different version of the Absolute series. A lot of other characters are changed, including a lot of the politics, and especially including how the USA is run. It is a lot more corrupt than it was in the original DC, which is saying a lot considering Amanda Waller exists. And the majority of Absolute Batman is him just fighting crime in the way that Gotham needs to fight crime in, just like the original Batman. Now, the reason for this is because death is the only answer. And so he's just like, I'm going to do that now. Just going to kill criminals is going to solve the problem. And it mostly does. Now, because this is his goal, just like Batman, he has gear to help do this. Most of his gear is personalized to specific things. However, the majority of his gear is just made to make him punch harder, move faster, tank attacks that shouldn't be able to be survived by a normal man, and psychologically break opponents and trick them into thinking that he's either dead, hurt, injured, or otherwise, to then just end them.
Okay.
On top of this, he still shares Batman's original intellect. He does understand technology and gadgets on a very fundamental level, to the point that he's not hacked Cyborg. That did not happen. However, he is smart enough to know that hacking Cyborg was a stupid idea. So I will mention that. He at least knows for sure. He knows his limits. He's not someone who's brash and thinks, I can just rush in and I'll win. He genuinely does still have the lateral thinking of the original Bruce Wayne.
Okay.
Due to this, I think the massive advantage he has in this conflict is that unlike any other version of Batman, he not only has the brains to do the work, he has, I would say, I wouldn't say this is like Bane, like max strength, but around like base Bane without the Venom level of strength and the brains of Batman.
Okay.
Thank you.
Are we assuming he gets prep time, or does he just like bump into a Terminator of some kind?
Can you tell me a situation where Batman doesn't find out the world got taken over by robots?
I mean, yeah, but that would basically, but that would basically be like a Judgment Day situation, which.
Okay, are you saying it's the premise of this that the Terminator comes back and tries to kill Batman?
Oh, that's a
Or is
good
it
question,
Batman?
actually.
I mean,
You want to set
that's
the terms of
a
that?
good one. Yeah, I like that scenario. Yeah.
All right.
Okay, so you said you want to use Terminator 3, so you use the TX, right?
So we've already established we're using
I would use
Okay.
Am I wrong? I don't want to put words in your mouth, actually. Can you speak?
Hello?
Yeah, you.
Yeah, okay. So I'm going to use the TX. The TX is very durable. It survives a rocket launcher and heals pretty damn quickly. It also has built-in weapons like chainsaws and a big-ass gun. It is incredibly durable. It survives a fight with a T-850. And it has the ability to reprogram machines and turn them against John Connor and whatnot.
Okay. And in terms of durability for this specific creature you're bringing up, can you tell me like what we're looking at? Like what is the physical appearance? I haven't. Not familiar with the property.
Hey guys, sorry. Let me interrupt you just for a second. How's the sound for everybody watching the stream? Because I had to fiddle with the fucking sound this week, and I'm kind of paranoid that it's not that you can't hear it, or if somebody sounds good. Okay, you can hear everybody. All right. Because I'm paranoid because there was this one time I fiddled with the sound, and then I went and I did a stream of I was doing
Dispatch?
Grand Theft Auto San. Well, yes, that happened as well. But I was doing Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. And I played the whole game for hours. I was talking, I was playing through it, and then I realized no one in the entire stream ever mentioned that they couldn't hear me. It was just gameplay footage. No one said anything. So now I'm all paranoid. Anytime no one's saying anything, I'm like, how many people are just willing to sit here at a fucking blank screen with nobody talking for how long? Okay. Anyway, sorry. Just wanted to make sure. Okay, y'all continue. My bad.
So the TX looks just like a woman. She has like blonde hair or whatever the fuck, and like a red fucking suit or whatever the fuck. It just looks like a woman. It can also change its appearance.
Well. It seems you may have actually found the weakness of Batman. Women. Kind of.
The TX is also generally it does infiltrate a military base. As well in the movie.
Oh my god!
With its ability to change its appearance.
So I have a question: were the people watching the cameras or watching the creature, were any of them detectives or anybody who had extremely high observational skills, or were they just normal guards?
These were highly trained. This was a highly secure military base. There were like generals and things of that nature where this is where Skynet comes from. It's very secure.
There's no reason.
I would imagine they're very, very competent.
Yeah, there'd be
very
no way
competent
to tell
A few examples of what you're talking about, like some examples from the film that you're referencing.
I mean, we don't see it. We just know that it infiltrates the base, but nobody catches on that it infiltrates the base.
Right. So stealth was the way it was going to infiltrate. So
so the way that it infiltrates is that it changes its form, and then it pulls out a gun and it kills the general.
That. Sorry, that was my genuine reaction to the escalation of events.
Yeah.
You made a machine robot, and you're like, "Oh, also give it a gun."
I mean, it has built-in weapons. It just pulled out like a normal pistol and just it shot a dude. Killed the general.
It's like pouring gasoline on a chainsaw. It's like, what the fuck are you even doing at that point?
Yeah.
Okay. I won't lie. Yeah, if it's just these two going up against each other and there's no prep time for Absolute Batman, are we saying he's in armor or out of armor? I don't know what the specs here are.
So the TX does have a built-in gun, which was able to throw the T850 through a building, and it has some sort of EMP effect because it basically shuts down the T850 for like several minutes, and he's basically knocked out. And it actually injures the T850, like fucks up his power supply, so that he has to like toss it out throughout the film and stuff. It's a very powerful gun.
I just have one question to clarify on that, if you will allow me.
Okay.
Is there not a reason to think that Skynet knew how to turn off their own robot because it was made by Skynet, not because an EMP just went off?
No, I don't think you can turn off the robots in that fashion. The reason why you can't do that is because they're closed circuits, so they can't be like hacked or turned off or anything. That's why the Resistance, for example, in order to get a T850 to reprogram and send it back in time, they have to physically take one and disassemble it and then reprogram it. It cannot be hacked externally. You cannot hack the thing through like Wi-Fi or anything like that.
Interesting.
Yeah. I mean, the thing was basically had to be the thing basically took like, in order to kill the TX, it basically had to get like nuked. Like a pretty big like nuclear explosion that killed it in the movie. And even then, that was only after it was severely injured, and the T850 like puts its damaged fuel cell into like the gut of the TX and basically blows it up that way. That's the way that it dies. It is incredibly doable.
Is that it? Guy.
Yeah, that's it.
No, I'm talking to Guy.
Oh, okay.
Guy. Oh, all right. I'm going to count to 10, Guy, and then we got to move on to a different debate. You ready? You ready? Guys, count with me. We got to count. Guy's about to get...
1.
Guy's about to get booted. Keep going. 2, 3,
2, 3,
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Congratulations, Lizzie, you win.
Fuck yeah.
For technical difficulties. Oh man, that's a bummer, Guy. No, Guy, get your shit fixed. And I get it, shit happens. Get your shit fixed, and then you can come up for another one. But we can't just sit here and listen to you silent. You were silent for a while, actually, because I'm pretty sure Lizzie was just talking for a while, and you weren't answering at all. So okay, that sucks. Because I think that probably would have been a relatively cool debate. Absolute Batman versus Skynet. Maybe we'll return back to it if he gets his shit fixed. But for now, we're gonna have to move on. So we have a Covenant versus the Imperium of Man, and we have a Brotherhood of Steel versus the Automatons, both of which I think involve Lizzie. Am I lying? No, Lizzie wasn't Brotherhood of Steel versus Automatons. Brotherhood of Steel was G-Drum, right?
I think so.
I think. So why'd you say yes? It was you if it wasn't fucking you, bitch.
Oh, I know. I was going to argue against the Brotherhood of Steel because I think the Brotherhood of Steel died.
I got you. Hold on. I'll try Guy one more time. Just know, Guy, I never do this. Usually if the shit dies, we move on. Is your stuff back?
I'm so sorry. This is very unprofessional, man. My phone died. Unceremoniously, I might add.
Okay. Yeah. No, generally speaking, because it's your first time. I think it's your first time. I don't actually think you've been up here before, but usually
never.
Yeah, I don't think so. Usually what happens is if you have to make sure that all your communication and shit is working before you come up here. When you're up here, that's it. If it dies or whatever, or if your shit cuts out or whatever, that's it. You got to go back down. We move on because when we first started doing this, it happened way too often. So I got very strict about it. But
It's kind of like the homeless people epidemic. I get it, man. Don't worry, I get it. They have to go somewhere.
I got you. But I don't. But it's fine. It's your first time. Just know that next time, if it happens, you're gonna be booted down, and we're gonna have to move on. But yeah, you guys continue your absolute Batman Skynet shit, and go ahead.
Thank you, Rouga.
No problem. I could be nice.
Oh wow. Okay.
Wait.
Was it last before I died?
Okay, so what is the last thing that you heard before you died?
We were talking about the durability, and I believe you were mentioning something about her being blown up.
Oh yeah. So the TX gets killed basically by a damaged nuclear fuel cell that powers the T-850, and it only she basically gets like a miniature nuclear explosion. That's the way that she dies. But that took that only killed her because she was already severely like injured. She was basically half destroyed at that point anyway. So yeah.
I would like to ask, what was it that destroyed her up to that point?
She crashed a helicopter or plane or whatever the fuck into like a bucket into like the side of a mountain, basically, I want to say. But if I remember correctly.
I have a question then. If that's true, so enough blunt force does hurt her then?
Yeah, but it would have to be a substantial amount of blunt force.
What about a giant?
What about a giant axe shaped like a bat swung by a super soldier?
You can feel real good, bro. Feel real good.
I mean, that might harm her, but I don't think that's gonna put her down. Especially if that's a close range, she's just gonna grab Absolute Batman and just pull him apart. He's dead.
Right. So EMPs, by the way, you mentioned that is she immune to EMPs too, or is she immune to her EMP to you?
I don't know if she's immune to EMPs. I know that her weapon has an EMP effect.
Okay, so she has the ability to use EMPs, but herself, we have no idea if she's shielded from them.
Yeah, I don't know about that. That's not. We don't know.
As for Absolute Batman, I can confirm that he does think of these things, as he does mention it.
Oh, we do know for a fact that she can be affected by a particle accelerator, so she can get magnetized if that's anything.
I believe particle accelerators actually exist in DC. I actually don't know if they exist in the Absolute Universe. I won't speak on that.
Okay.
But they are a thing that is established in the DC multiverse, which is canon. Okay, sorry, I'm getting off tangent. Back to the debate. So I'm going to ask you this, Lizzie. Do you see any outcome where your character loses, period?
Yeah, but Absolute Batman would need prep time in order to do that. If he just like stumbles across the TX, he's gonna die, and he's gonna die really quickly because none of his weapons are going to do much.
I have a question for you then. Is the debate here whether or not he'd destroy this machine or whether or not he'd win the encounter? Because if we're talking about winning the encounter, Batman's strategy doesn't necessarily have to include destroying it. It could include, similar to John Connor, luring it to a place where it can be destroyed, which he has done yet again in the Absolute Batman comics. Two villains he knows he can't beat himself. Clayface, once again a shapeshifter actually, is an example of this. He knew that he couldn't beat Clayface with just hands-on, so he started using frost, ice. He led him onto a place that was colder to affect his physical form after learning about him, which is something he did during their fight.
I would say, as far as the debate goes, to make it fair, he would have to have like prep time or something in order to, like, he would have to make a place in order to beat the TX, which would take time, and that also gives the TX time to like track down like Batman.
Right. Okay. Whoa, that's a different thing. What you're saying is that basically your character is ambushing Batman, which is an advantage your character immediately gets.
Well, I would say they just like bump into each other, essentially.
Right. So then, okay. Sorry. Maybe I'm backtracking. You can tell me if I am.
Oh no, you're fine.
Didn't you establish that your creature was sent here specifically to kill Batman? Wasn't that the establishment that we went off of?
That's true. Oh yeah, sorry, that's true, yeah. Yeah,
So,
that's true.
this basically gives your character already the prep time, and then Batman gets no advantage. It's basically just him being jumped.
Yeah. Does he have? I suppose in that case, if he manages to escape the TX, I would say that he could probably build. He would have to build something, which I will allow. He would have to build a chamber to kill the TX in some fashion.
Or I ask this question because I don't even know if it's possible. You can tell me. You've seen the Terminator movies, probably more than I have. Is there a scene where any of the regenerating creatures don't have the ability to regenerate for any reason that isn't like from Skynet itself?
Wait, I'm sorry. Can you like reword that question?
Oh, sure, easy. For example, the liquid one from T2.
Yeah.
I know the answer. I know the answer, by the way. It's acid, and I think it's heat.
Acid and
Lava heat. In the newer movie, the second Terminator, sorry, the second Terminator, liquid.
Would thermite do something?
No.
No, not against the TX. The TX takes a rocket and it gets right back up and it heals.
Okay, do you
like
know how hot thermite burns? I want to talk about this first.
Wait.
Can we establish how hot thermite burns?
Hold up, Liam. You got to fix your mic, man. No one can understand anything you're saying. You're like, it's weird. Your voice
Liam
is
is
strange.
very
You're
quiet.
cutting off. Fix your shit. Come back.
I apologize. Give me a second. And what material is the Skynet robot made of again?
It's like a liquid metal, and it also has an exoskeleton. I'd have to like look up to see the exact material that it's made from.
If you wouldn't mind, I will also on my side.
But I think it's. Let's see. But I think the TX is very durable. I don't know if thermite would do anything, but maybe. But that's very debatable. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, mimetic polyalloy. Yeah.
Lizzie, are you reading stuff?
Well, I don't know what the fuck this thing's made from. I just know that it's kind of like the. I just know that it's like the T1000, and the fact that it has liquid metal, and it also has an exoskeleton.
I would like to mention.
I would imagine it's probably made of some alloy, like fucking steel and shit.
All right, if that's the answer, I'll accept that. I don't have an issue with that. Sorry, Rouga, for breaking the rules. That was.
You're good.
2,500 degrees Celsius, by the way, is the temperature of the max reaction of thermite, which I believe is around the same temperature that does, and it says right here, I can screenshot this and send this if you want. It says right here, actually, right below it, it says the reaction is hot temperatures around, and yep, is hot enough to melt iron and other metals. So we're talking about damaging the creature, which you earlier in the conversation mentioned that it was damaged, which caused it to be able to be destructible. And if he's able to damage it using thermite and luring it to a location after the second engagement, which you admit he would probably be able to escape the first engagement if he didn't have any reason not to. So if that does happen, what is actually stopping your durability healing-wise? Is there any counter she has to someone actually using her weaknesses against her?
The only one that I could think of that she would basically have to figure out, oh, I shouldn't go inside this room where there's a bunch of, like, I don't know, explosives or something.
Right,
that would basically be about it.
So I then ask you, how has she been shown to adapt to characters in her own film? Is she shown to be a smart person, a patient person, methodical?
She is shown to be pretty intelligent. She is shown that she'll wait and that she'll get into the right position, and then she'll attack, like with the general guy. She does do that.
Is she social or is she a physical? Like, does she like cloak herself, or are you saying she socially gets close to you by changing her form?
She socially gets close to people.
Batman doesn't have anybody. How is she going to do that?
I mean, I would imagine that if she figures out who Batman is, like if she figures out who that Batman is Bruce Wayne, she would probably show up at his house and like knock on the door.
And now
And
the
then
scenario has fully.
But yeah, she would have to socially enter, like, I mean, unless he just doesn't give a shit and she just like enters the fucking Wayne Manor and kills Alfred, and then it goes down into the Batcave, which she could do.
Rouga, I really don't want to be that guy, but can you help him like referee here in some way?
What's up? What's going on?
I feel like we're getting a little off base right now.
What'd she say?
Just decided to be like, I gotten her to agree that the circumstance was being sent back in time to kill Batman, and I got to agree that they both had the same amount of armor, same amount of prep. Added, like showing up to his house specifically as Bruce Wayne without armor to kill him.
Well, look, y'all have to. Well, no, this is okay. If y'all are still talking about this, then y'all haven't even determined like what's going on in the debate. What is the debate? Is it a 1v1 fight? Like they're both stuck in an arena? Like you pick, like y'all have to come up with what it is. You can't keep jumping around. Lizzie, what is the debate?
Well, no, we already established what the debate is. I don't know what he means.
Not if you're talking about meeting him at his house.
No, I'm saying, God damn it. No, I'm saying that the TX, because we already established that Batman could leave and go somewhere else to build something to kill the TX, like a chamber or whatever the fuck. The TX could potentially figure out who Batman is.
Guy, did you say that Batman could leave to go build something and come back?
I did. I said he would be able to escape.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then Lizzie's perfectly within his whatever, I don't know. Whatever he is, his right to go to his house and follow him. I mean, I'm not seeing the problem.
No, you're right. Sorry. I guess I didn't follow the logic train the first time.
All right. Cool. We're good.
My apologies.
10 out of 10 refereeing. I did that shit.
Good job.
Thank you. Thank you, Ralph.
Good.
For the game.
I will admit, I don't necessarily think the TX is intelligent enough to not be led into a room where she would just die. Because this is absolute Batman, and Batman is very intelligent. So if Batman is able to make a chamber with enough explosives, or hell, he could probably just use super cold temperatures or something, potentially, he could kill the TX that way. So I will admit, chances are, if he's able to build a chamber, the TX will probably get lured in there in some fashion, and most likely die.
I would say then we can this is where we can concretely like figure out the answer. Then let's go right back to the original. It's the two of them. They bumped into each other. Your job is to make sure Batman does not escape, because if he does, he can beat you next time. So how does your character kill Batman definitively right then and there?
I would say she either shoots him with a powerful as fuck cannon, or she grabs him in hand-to-hand combat and just like whips him to shreds. Like, pretty easy.
So just to be clear, her gun is just a gun, right?
No, it's like a plasma weapon.
Her gun is a big cannon.
It's actually neither. It is a constantly shape-shifting piece of technology that can turn into whatever gun that she scans. She's an upgraded version. The T-1000. The T-1000's ability was that it can take the form of anything that it comes into contact with, as long as it's of similar size, but it couldn't take on the form of complex machinery. TX, which is the one that you're talking about in Terminator 3, had the ability to take the form of complex machinery. Flamethrowers, rocket launchers, plasma weapons, whatever she sees. In theory, she should be able to copy any gadget that Batman uses.
Yeah, Batman has.
Technically.
Yep.
No, that's a very fair argument, honestly. My only issue is that we've not established that she has any resistances to just simple EMP.
Yeah, that's really debatable.
My argument for that would be, we know that they're not super effective on the Terminator, and she's an upgraded version of him.
Okay, so Lizzie, you are not doing well to defend your boy here, girl, whatever.
What? Sorry?
We do know that that she has a pretty hardcore resistance to an EMP because there's literally a scene in the movie where she gets attached to a massive electromagnetic magnet, and it doesn't. She sticks to it. She sticks to it.
I didn't think about that was an EMP.
But once
once
the electromagnet gets destroyed, she just walks away. It's fine. It doesn't affect any of her.
Oh yeah, that's right. I didn't think about that as being an EMP. That was my bad.
Yeah, that would.
So
that
we can
would,
restrain her then.
This is a big one. This is not like this is a massive one. Yeah.
I know what you mean.
This is a massive particle accelerator. This is huge. This goes for like miles and miles underground.
Right. I'm assuming it's like a wind turbine situation. It's like you're not going to just find a wind turbine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Never.
No. Yeah, I would imagine that if he has like EMP grenades, those EMP grenades aren't going to do like shit.
I would argue that if the EMP grenades were set off after her outside was damaged, i.e. the axe still being swung by him, I would argue fast and hard enough to kill her, considering there are weapons that were shown to scratch her.
What's he cut through with his axe?
Yeah, this is a good question. What does he cut through with his axe?
Give me a second. I actually do have
my audio's better now.
Yeah, your audio is good.
So yeah, the TX is going to win based off of their resilience to the EMP. They have the code of the liquid metal. They're able to assimilate any weaponry.
So I have actually a better answer for you, which is that this is not including the axe. This is not the axe. This is the guy swinging it. With his bare hands, he has ripped prison bars, typically made of iron or steel. He flips entire cars. He shatters steel doors with his bare hands.
Very low tier when compared to Terminators.
Yeah, that's nothing.
So let me ask you. A man with a bat versus a man with his fist. A man with a bat has a concentrated area to hit, right? Now a man with an axe has a concentrated area to hit and piercing.
Yeah, but the
this is in the
durability of
case.
the axe would come into question if the axe is durable enough to go through her.
Yeah,
If
because
this is in the case where she knows who the Batman is, she's going to use manipulation. And she's social. She's very good at getting into the mind of her enemies.
Batman's not social. It wouldn't really work like that against him.
That was my point.
This is
let's
the
say Martha
least
out loud real
social
quick,
Batman we have.
I mean, this thing is made of a crystalline, titanium alloy. It's really fucking doable.
She will fight him in the visage of his mom.
Yeah, that checks out. She would do
That'd be
that.
pretty rough, to be fair.
It is literally said multiple times in everything I'm reading. The only reference I have for Batman's axe durability is that it is specifically made to handle his strength.
Do we know how
maybe it would damage her then?
So
maybe I don't
it
know.
would damage, but I don't think that's good enough to say that he would swing it and then she would die because he would just grab the axe and break it.
I would never argue that he would swing and she would die. I'm arguing that he would make an opening and then hit her with the EMP or target her internal because he understands robotics.
I don't think his EMP. Well, first of all, she's
his
liquid
EMP
metal.
isn't going to do anything.
She would heal
His
from that.
Yeah,
The
his
EMP wouldn't do anything.
Does
we're talking-
the Batman
talking about
have any technology on his suit?
If I remember,
Yeah, the moment she has contact that notices him using it, she'll just have it disrupted. She'll literally shove her hand on it, assimilate it, and use it against him in manners.
Yeah, no, I mean, in terms of gadgets, that's close quarters. That's where he shines, though.
Yeah,
Not
but he's not.
against superior.
Yeah, but he's not
She's
going.
basically
not going
invulnerable.
inside.
It took an entire bunker door falling at pretty high speeds to split her in half from the waist, and even then, she was still pretty much active and ready to kill.
All right then. No, very. It really would just be like if what you're saying is true, then the only smart thing a character like Batman would do would just be run and hide. Now the issue is, in terms of speed and pursuit, she chases characters in this film, I assume, right? Like she hunts them down.
She's as fast as a car.
She's
as fast as
a car.
Which car? What kind? How fast is the car
vehicle.
going?
She caught up to a plane eventually. She was
Like,
what
was
minutes
it
behind
just-
it.
Was it just taking off at like a 19 miles per hour?
Yeah, it was taking off, but she caught up to it. She
We
did
do
have to
know,
take another
we do know that
helicopter.
we do know that we
get
do know
to
that the T1000 was able to keep up with a police car relatively easily.
To be fair, that was just an actor could actually do that in real life.
Well, yeah,
Continue.
but so there is that, and this would be an upgraded version of him. So I would imagine that she could easily keep up with a police car relatively easily. So
Right,
Since
but
most
okay.
of
In
I don't know what
Terminator
the tech in the. Go ahead.
in Terminator 3, do we see her running at faster speeds than like over you would say 100 miles per hour?
No.
No,
oh,
there
So then-
is the factor where she does take over multiple vehicles to hunt down one
yeah,
single
she does.
person.
Yeah, she does hack into multiple vehicles
She's
to
taking over
track
tech.
down. Yeah, she takes over tech like police cars and stuff like that.
Oh, okay. Wow. Why'd you wait so long to
I don't know. I didn't think about it until just now.
This,
Yeah, she does
Those are,
hack
I think,
into
it was
tech
a
and stuff.
hands up.
fire
Hands
truck.
in the air. I fully agree with you. You've genuinely convinced me. I don't see a reason to keep arguing. I agree with you now.
Yeah.
I don't know about the Batman, but yeah, he's probably in trouble if there's a lot of tech around him.
Well, no, because
Yeah,
like he's
he's-
only vehicle. But the issue is if she gets to the vehicle before him, which by the way, she is faster on foot than him. That you just proved. And the
She
only
has to
solution
touch
he would have, the only solution he would have is to stealth her. Now the issue is, oh wait, I never asked that. How good is she at detecting people in stealth?
Very. She
Um,
could see multiple methods by either heat or just general predator vision. Essentially, just give her
yeah,
that.
What if it's someone who literally plans for literally that because he's experienced it canonically in the story?
I
and-
assume he'd have a cloak of some sort to
yeah, does
evade
he
her
have that?
sight in
Does
some
he have
way.
that? Does
The
he have
thing
that on
is-
him at like all times?
The thing is,
Are
if
you-
he stealths, what does he do with that stealth?
Well, he
to
would
her,
escape. Escape.
She's
them today.
essentially following footprints, though. So if Batman
Yeah,
leaves
she is
any
able to-
sort of trace,
You know
Yeah,
what?
he's probably just follow.
Feet are massive. You're not gonna. You're not gonna confuse that for anyone else.
So if she gets to the Batmobile, Batman's fucked.
yeah, she has to
True.
touch the computers though.
But
So
see,
I'm sure there's defenses.
that's the thing. That's the thing. She does have to touch it though, which is the thing.
Mhm.
Batman
Yeah, that's
car can reach speeds nearing 160 miles per hour, and that's not even pulling me out of my ass. He could go sports car level. Sports car goes well over 200.
Hmm.
She can't out sprint that, and even with all the cars in the world following behind him, eventually he knows the city. He's lived there his entire life, and his whole way of fighting is guerrilla tactics, which includes knowing your environment.
I mean, this also assumes that she doesn't just blow up the Batmobile with her big ass gun.
Right? No.
That is
I'm assuming that's the first thing she's gonna try. I just assume that he has a. I assume he plans for someone to shoot the car. That's the first thing everyone does.
Yeah, so unless Batman like escapes, he's definitely like dead.
I fully agree with you. I'm not arguing. I fully agree with you.
Like,
I think. Rouga, the verdict has been found. Come down from your throne.
All right, cool. Good enough. Okay, everyone enjoy it. Everyone have fun. Everyone did good.
I had fun. Thank you very much for your time.
Yeah, I'm glad you guys. Now you can all, like I said, as usual, you can always come up with another debate and then come back up. It's be cool.
Thank you very much.
All right, now everyone gotta go back down though. For now. All right, we have it's Absolute Batman and Skynet done. We're gonna go. Where is it? What was I looking for? Fuck. What was I looking for, guys? I was looking for something. Fine. There we go. And strike through. Boop. I guess I could just delete it. There's no reason to strike through and build it all up. Okay. So we got Covenant versus Imperium of Man, and we got Brotherhood of Steel versus Automatons. Did anyone make any other debates down there? Let me know if you guys made anything. Let me see. Y'all are actually debating Fallout versus Automatons right now. There's Discord.
Outlast. I think Outlast would do well against Fallout. I'm baffled.
Can Yaku come up? Yaku, are you available to debate? Because there's probably a couple of people up here who would like to debate Fallout. Because nothing close to it in game. I'll help with Brotherhood of Steel. Which one was Symphony? That was Risuru again, right? Yeah, Risuru. Yeah, okay. Well, let's see if we got anyone who's even not right now. Never. Yaku always says, like, I'll come up next week, but he never does. He never does. I don't think he has. Has he? I don't know. I don't remember. Okay, so, no, he's not coming up. So, does anyone want to support the automatons against the Fallouts? Rizuru said he's good. I think G Drum and Rizuru both said that they would do Fallout. I think.
Yeah.
Would you do? Did you want to do automatons, Liam, or someone?
Yeah,
else?
I said me and Space Duck said he wants to do automatons too.
Oh, okay, cool, good. We got a lot of people. We'll do that one then. Rizuru, G Drum, Space Duck. Come on, everybody. All right, just so I know that I got everything right. Rizuru, G Drum, you both want to do Brotherhood of Steel?
Yep.
Okay. Yes. And Space Duck, you're doing automatons?
Yep.
Cool. All right. Get started whenever. And again, guys, make new debates. Come up with new debates, because after this we only got one left. So you got to come up with new debates in the chat. Also, well, I don't know. We'll see. I haven't. There's been no super chats all night. So after this, we might just end it. Depends how I'm feeling. But yeah. So you guys go ahead. Boom.
All right, how are we doing this?
I was thinking the Brotherhood is still trying to blow up automaton factories.
So the premise is that... Sorry.
So, like, basically, we're going to replace a team of Helldivers with a team from, like, the Brotherhood of Steel.
Brotherhood of Steel would not blow up a factory. They take it over and use that tech for their own means.
Well, that's what. Yeah. Well, they
might blow it up and then, like, repurpose it and, like, go through. Yeah.
They would not be against blowing it up.
Yeah, for sure.
True. I mean, they did with the Institute.
Yes,
yeah.
They just
but
so would it be like?
Okay, so when we were talking in chat, you were talking like basically like 400. What was it? Brotherhood Knights versus like basically any number of automatons, which is like ridiculous because any number of automatons would obviously wear down any opponent. There's got to be a limit. But also, if we're talking about like dropping 400 brothers down to fight them, it's like, all right, that's a pretty extreme force. Like, I don't like that's like a front line force. Like the Helldivers are like backline guerrilla fighters. Do you know what I mean?
True, not fair point.
Like you don't go up against those sort of numbers in Helldivers because you're not like the main front line force. The only time we ever see anything like that is like whenever we're in super cities. But even then, it's nothing that like you would drop 400. So like, what are the numbers? Like what?
I guess a squad of knights.
What is a squad of knights?
I would say 4. Yeah. Aren't squads normally 4 people?
It depends, but
it varies depending on game. I don't know exactly what like
whatever you want to use, you can use. I'm not going to restrict you.
Yeah.
Yeah, a squad of knights.
So you're gonna do 4 total.
Yes.
I think we got wiped.
Four total knights to blow up one factory.
Well, like for
Yes.
one, sure, but like, okay,
That's
I would say
ridiculous. How many people are in a factory? How many automatons
That's
could
from
be
the
found in
factory.
a factory?
This is a very vague one.
Okay. That's not really how the automaton factories work. The automaton factories are like sort of spread out throughout the map, and you like go around destroying them within like automaton bases. So like depending on the difficulty you're going in and playing the game on, you'll have like a lot more factories. So like if we're talking about one, that would be like dropping 4 knights on what is basically the easiest difficulty there is, you know, and being like, can they do it? Well, yeah, they
Okay.
can. You know?
Fair point.
Um,
Guys,
Well, let's start off with
go ahead.
what the
Jesus.
so
yeah.
like,
Let's start off with what the knights can do. They have Gatling lasers, a bunch of different types
Gauss
of weaponry. They
rifles.
have grenades, the Gauss rifles for long range units. But is the automaton severely weak or invulnerable to something like this?
It completely depends on the automaton unit. If you went with like,
Some of them are.
if you went with say like the normal like jetpack guys and some of the destroyers, it would be pretty decent. But if you went against like the Hulks, you'd start to struggle. And anything like the Factory Strider, it wouldn't even damage them.
How would a
There's
fat
also
man do
easy-
against some of them?
It would do damage. It wouldn't be quick.
fuck 'em
It
up
would be a
pretty good.
lot of shots.
True.
I mean, we
Okay.
have something that is basically the Fat Man equivalent in game, which is actually a pistol. It only takes 2 shots, you know. But
If you hit in the right spots.
it's if you hit the right spot, like yeah, but you have to get pretty close, and again, you have to know where to hit. I'm not assuming by any means that the knights know where the weak spots are on these heavy units, by the way. What we learned and what we know as Helldivers, we have learned through a lot of sacrifice. Whenever a
That's
new
true.
unit drops, there's always like a where the fuck is the weak spot kind of deal.
Yeah, there's not even paladins that have multiple shots on a fat man, so it's 1 and 2 and done kind of situation, and they're moving on to
Yeah.
their secondary weaponry.
No,
They'd
it,
be more trying to put in pressure at whatever the front of the base is, while a pair of them are trying to sneak around and snipe to find an entrance.
well, if you were to say they attacked one of the outposts, like their big outposts, there would be like one Factory Strider at least to have to deal with.
At least. And if you're talking
That's
about the
true.
map on like the higher difficulties, you can sometimes get like caravans of Factory Striders where they're like literally just 3 of them wandering around. I don't necessarily think that the jamming equipment would do anything to the knights because they're not pulling down stratagems or
True.
anything anyways. So
Yeah,
I'm not
so
going to factor
four
that shit in.
knights are essentially a scout
True.
unit.
And you can use more. I don't think it would make much of a difference. You
No,
can use
no,
10.
we'll rock with the 4. I want to see how well they do. But I don't know what the Strider can do or what it
The Strider is
has.
you know the AT-AT from Star Wars?
Yep.
It looks
It's
exactly like
very-
that, but its
Yeah.
It's very
guns are
similar.
way more rapid fire, and there's a gigantic
basic-
cannon.
It's basically a smaller version of that, but when I say smaller, I don't mean it's small, I mean smaller. It's still a big fucking worker. You know what I mean? Instead of having like 2 heavy like
It is
cannons
still
on the
huge
face,
and
it has-
heavily armored.
yeah, its face has like 2 really rapid fire laser guns, which pretty easily shred us to pieces. And like you can be in a mech and it'll still shred you pretty quickly.
So
So
armor
like,
piercing.
yeah. So
Yeah,
like,
then
I don't.
I would say power armor's
mean-
tankier than a mech. but not that much.
Yeah, it is.
It
but,
won't
like by how
do
much?
too much. Yeah.
Are you gonna
It's just
stand there and
T60
take
is what
like
they'd
2
have.
Gatling lasers to the face? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
True.
I mean,
Not
they'd
to
be
mention
fighting
they
an
have
uphill
big
battle
turrets
to
on
try
their
to.
that can
Go ahead,
snipe
sorry.
people with like scary accuracy. There's a
I guess
joke about how the automatons have
How
shit
accurate are
accuracy.
the automatons compared to Brotherhood of Steel?
How what?
Yeah, because I've seen a lot of
Depends on
videos
the unit.
of automatons missing a lot of shots.
Depends on the
I mean, they
unit.
do.
When they start
Most of them
locking on,
do.
they really start locking on. It takes a minute for them to like acquire target and for them to like, you know, in on you, but once they do, it's pretty accurate. And their big turrets are scary accurate right from the beginning. They just hit you if you're not careful.
Do they deflect laser weaponry and the sort,
Yeah,
plasma
everything's
stuff?
lasers. Everything's lasers. They have a couple of
Everything's
launchers,
laser.
and
They use no
flamethrowers,
ballistics.
but
Plasma rifles
95%.
as well.
Flamethrowers.
I don't know if it's plasma or whatever.
Yeah, it's.
It hurts.
I would
It
say,
kills you.
yeah.
Okay,
It,
so yeah, what's the defenses looking like, and what are their biggest hurdles besides that
It would
AT joint?
gigantic cannons which can snipe you from hundreds of meters away at almost pinpoint accuracy. They have defensive fortifications like World War II style, where they have barbed wires, and then they have a higher up
mines and
tower
shit.
with a
How close
machine
would they have
gun.
to get to decimate that factory?
Depends on their weapons. I mean, a Fat Man hasn't got the best range.
No, they'd have to get close to use a Fat
True.
Man, but they
And you
have
got
you.
Arkit.
And I wanna say that like normally we talk about like things being bigger is like better, and if we're talking about like in hand to hand combat, yeah, that's sure, but like in a firefight, let's not forget that like knights in paladin armor, like they're not exactly agile, they're not exactly small, they're gonna be pretty big targets. They can move fast, but like not agile, you know?
True, they are
Yeah,
giant walking tanks.
Yeah.
yeah, the barbed
They're
wire
gonna
is not going to do anything to
eat a lot
them.
of
They'll get past a bunch of that. Is the units that would be the concern.
It might. Yeah, it would. They would walk through it.
True, and
you also have
those
like rocket
dreadnought
devastators.
looking guys will be a giant issue.
I
Those
just
are
don't
just medium
see
units.
them. I don't see them doing well because I don't think they could get past the big things in any way at all without a lot of luck.
Or without expending like all of their ammo on like the large units and then just
Oh yeah,
having nothing in reserve.
they're burning through all their munitions for sure. It's just whatever explosive they're using at the time, and it really depends if like we're giving them satellite incursions and all. But it really they'd have to get close enough to blow up the factory in that case. But one of them only has to make it. One of them has to throw the grenade or tag it.
Yeah.
I don't see them surviving, but I do see them completing the mission, which is something knights are willing to do. They'll sacrifice themselves for the good of the
True.
wasteland.
I mean, that's fair enough, but like pretty regularly, if things like hit the fan, you'll have Helldivers go through like entire squads trying to take on like one base. Now, I personally think that that's like poor gameplay just because, get out of there. Figure out a different way to like crack that nut. But, um, a lot of people will just throw bodies at a wall. And I mean, the Paladins aren't so different.
No, yeah, they're
They're
not
like
as equipped.
they're not as equipped in terms of artillery. Sure, maybe on the ground because of the Fat Man, it's pretty close. But
It's the air-to-ground missiles that'll really put a hampering on their side
yeah,
for sure.
They would
Not to
like.
mention, the automatons do have air power. Like even without having like drop ships and whatnot, they like spawn air units that. I mean, if you want to talk about a fucking laser storm, just let those things get out of control
That
and
is
they will
true.
start lighting the sky up in fucking red. Just that's it. If you let those things get out of control, it's almost game
I
set
guess
match right now.
The T60 power armor is pretty resilient to lasers, so you'd have to have like explosive mods to it or some other
No,
nonsense to really get
no,
through.
you shoot
But
enough
it
lasers,
will
that's just
eventually pierce
dying.
through them. It's
I mean,
more
this is
whatever armor piercing they have, what is just gonna shred through them.
I mean, they go through the mechs pretty quick, and I'm not saying that the mechs are as powerful or not as powerful, but as durable as the power armor. But like, it goes through, and again, if you let it get out of control, it's going to be a problem very fast. And I don't think that there's like, again, they don't have the knowledge that the Helldivers do. Whenever there's a new enemy that
Yeah.
gets released in Helldivers, we sort of like pay for, you know, the knowledge of where those weak spots are and whatnot in blood. So like, are they gonna know, okay, there's flying things around. Where's the thing on the map that's spawning them? We need to take that out. Or are they just gonna be like, holy shit, there's even more of them? You know?
So yeah, the group of them are sort of rushing towards because
True.
they are pretty gun ho at
Now,
times.
Brotherhood, you have
How
some
close do they
flying
get?
stuff like jetpacks, but then again, you can only get that as a sentinel. So I thought that would
I
also be,
would argue against
proper
that
to
because,
bring
like,
up.
yeah, I would even argue against that because, like, yeah, jetpacks do exist within Fallout, but like for the most part, you don't ever see them in gameplay. Like, you never ever see anybody like pulling up power armor in any part of any game that has a jetpack on it. That's something for the player to fuck around with.
True.
Yeah, I'm not even counting that in his argument.
Yeah.
Fair point.
Someone did mention in the chat, which is a good point. If you base it off the game, power armor is one of the weirdest weaknesses ever. Shooting under the breastplate. They can also fly. All power armor can fly now.
They have high
Yeah,
jump
the Fallout TV show
abilities
allows
minimum.
it.
The
T60, you can fly like Iron Man, so there's that.
Yeah, so when you Iron Man in,
well, that's the question. Can they get into grenade throwing distance, which again would set
not
off
if it's a
the
fortress.
laser that will blow them up with a satellite?
I don't think they would because like if you don't take out the artillery pieces that are like in the base and you try to like jetpack in, a lot of times you just get like blasted in air or as soon as you touch down.
Can they
Like,
be targeted
there's a little
from outside?
Wait, what?
Not with what the Fallout characters have.
Gauss
Yeah.
rifles and
You
stuff?
need
wouldn't-
like a
no,
certain amount of armor piercing to get through the plates, or you have to
Force
hit it from
rifles could do
behind.
it. I don't think you'd have the light in the sight. The eyesight. Fucking hell, Jesus. The sight lines to do it.
Like if
And they
you
don't have the
like,
sight
let me put
line?
it this way: if you
It would
have
be
the sight
practically
line to
walls.
take out its weak point, then it has the sight line to shoot you just in general. Because again, these guys are in power armor; they're not going to be like sneaking around behind boulders using like cover and whatnot. It's not how they do. So
The
like,
only way, this isn't even like fair, but just out of interest, the only way I see them winning is if you like brought Liberty Prime, like the Fallout 3 fucking quest at the end of the game in Broken Steel. If you invaded the place like that with
oh, yeah,
Liberty Prime and
that'd
a
be
bunch of
hilarious.
Yeah.
Liberty Prime's all right. Is the fact if they are in the back foot, they don't have their helibirds. They're fighting uphill the entire time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
It's the only thing is, are they using the helibird, using that as a
the vertibird.
essentially vertibird? There you go. They're using that as effectively a sacrifice in some way, shape, or
Yeah, the
form to get
vertibird
close
would
enough.
not do well in
No,
like
it's gonna go.
combat.
Yeah.
So like,
Well,
I
yeah,
mean, it's a helicopter, not really a fighter.
yeah, I see. That's what I'm saying. You could give them Liberty Prime and things, and I don't know if they could still do it.
I think that you could
They'd have much more of a chance.
Yeah, for sure.
I think that you could reasonably give them the best weapons you could in Fallout, and like Fallout 4, which is like has the best weapons to my knowledge. And it's like it's just not really feasibly doable for like 4 nights. There's a number where like yeah, they could do it, but like 4 ain't it, I don't think.
Yeah, you need multiple,
True.
like dozens, to make a dent. It all really be if you have luck. If we get one close enough, while the rest of them are distracting everything else, and then they toss a grenade, it blows up the factory with a laser from space. That's it. Even if you give them Zeta weapons, like I guess they could do something more, but what's that gonna do?
Yeah.
It's 4 of them.
and-
They're not surviving.
Yeah. They're going to take a
Do you
lot of
think-
them with them, but they're not going to survive.
Yeah, and I mean, like that's just like your average Helldive map, which again is like the hardest, but that's sort of like what a good veteran Helldiver plays on for the most part is like suicide to Helldive. You know,
But Brotherhood of Steel just doesn't have the specialized equipment for this, unlike the player would theoretically.
yeah, because I mean, again, we just have
Yeah.
such a variety of like explosives between 4 people, along with all the stratagems and everything. Theoretically, we should have a response to anything that can be thrown at us. Where 4 knights just, don't have it.
Losing battle. Yep. But yeah,
It'll be one
would they get
glorious
close enough,
last
even on a
stand, but it'll
chance?
just be a last.
Could they toss that grenade, blow up the factory with a
Nah,
full team
just
sacrifice?
based off throwing distance in Fallout, no one really has that good of an arm to throw distance.
No, but like let's keep this in mind, okay? Power armor is supposed to be like really strong, all right? So like
Yeah.
grenades aren't really heavy. Like not to somebody in power armor. I don't buy the idea that somebody in power armor couldn't whip a fucking grenade. Like
Hey, bro, you
so
don't know they maybe they got terrible throwing technique. Maybe they throw like a
Could they
girl.
get within 50 meters?
could
They're
maybe
they're trained military.
it just doesn't lend itself to throwing. I don't know. Maybe.
To be fair, power armor mechanically would not lend itself to throwing.
No. But you would think you'd be able to accelerate your arm pretty
Yeah.
fast. You know.
Maybe you go for like a downwards throw, like from underneath.
Yeah, you can't throw it towards anybody, but you can like spike the ground really fucking hard. Great.
Use a junk man, a junker, whatever the hell it's called.
Here's what you do. You get somebody on the ground and you step on their chest. And then instead of just like stepping down like an insane person, you pick up a rock and you spike their head with it. Like, that sounds dumb.
So would they get within 50 meters of the factory?
I don't even know.
Think so.
I don't
would
think
not
so.
put my money on it.
I'd bet against it, honestly.
I think they would get gunned down
Yeah.
so quickly.
I mean, it'd be an impressive
I got no other argument then. If they can't do that, they can't get close enough to toss a grenade to do the bombardment. What do they have?
I think 8 might be able to sacrifice their way to the objective and like complete it.
Force to minimal.
But like then none of them are going home. You know what I mean?
No one's going home regardless on this.
I saw somebody in chat say like 40 people, like 40 knights might be able to do it. It's like, yeah, I bet 40 could.
But then if you upped it to like Hell Dive,
you know.
I don't think 40 knights could beat Hell Dive.
I mean, it's 40 knights. They're all in powered armor and with laser weapons. That's going to be an issue for anyone.
Yeah, but Hell Dive, they'd be having to deal with like 5-6 factory striders.
They drop factory striders on you like pretty wildly. We have to fight them with some incredible consistency at times. It's like, all right, we just took one out, and now there's one more, and another one.
3.
Do I see one more? Oh, I do. Yeah, like they will just drop one after the other. So,
and again,
we're only dealing with one, and it's already.
I think if you gave them Liberty Prime, I think they could do it.
Liberty Prime can't tank is a problem, and is the biggest target. That's the first thing they'll aim at.
But
us,
he's pretty
the 4 knights.
He's fairly tanky. I would just love to see him wrestle a fucking factory strider.
No, I think your weaponry would shred through it, but he is a big distraction enough for the 4 knights to get where they need to be to blow it up.
I'm also thinking artillery, like just lobbing nukes.
Oh yeah, he does throw nukes, doesn't he?
So, like, best case scenario, if you put them on Hell Dive, they would probably still lose, even with 40.
All right.
I mean,
Hell divers
are just built different.
And again, conventional weaponry is not gonna fly. If the plasma rifles aren't doing the job, they're in trouble. That's their best weaponry.
And it's questionable. It'll take out certain things, but like you have to aim for the weak spots and whatnot. And also, knights aren't exactly known in gameplay. And I don't know about lore, but in gameplay, they're not like the best shots with those things. They'll hit their target, but will they hit weak points? And that's a genuine question. That like there's a question mark. Will they?
No, their methodology is hit until it's no more.
Yeah, that ain't gonna work.
Yeah,
that ain't gonna work if their bullets ain't even getting past the armor to like hit the circuitry behind. Like, that's not how Helldivers work. If I pick up a light penetration weapon and there's an enemy that isn't like immune to light pen, I cannot do a single point of damage to it. Like, period. Not possible. And there is one enemy in the game on the automaton front that actually you do need heavy penetration to even damage. So, like, you could conceivably bring a loadout that doesn't do anything to it, period.
Yeah, there's a limit to what the knights are assigned in weaponry at the same time. So, it's not like they're a player with a wheel, a weapon wheel, so.
Yeah, if you were the player with a wheel, you might be able to do it.
Like backup 10 mil character submachine gun, that's nothing.
Yeah, and like if you put enough rounds of like 10 mil submachine gun into a knight, will they go down?
No, not really. It would. Nah. It has to be like a specialized weaponry. Like,
all right.
No,
I don't know.
If you got lucky, you could, because we know they have weaknesses in the chest piece.
They do have.
If you shoot them behind where the power supply is at the fusion core.
They say in the show's canon. If you shoot them just under the chest piece,
I'm not counting the show because I don't know what the fuck the show really said. I don't remember it. So
it's canon.
I'm going off the games.
Even
based off the games,
the games that.
Yeah, you can kill them.
If it comes off the game, then Yeah, if it goes off the game, then it's based on a health pool, in which case 10 mil does do damage. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
Nah, I've never
and
used
also,
10 mil against a power armor individual
Yes, you
no,
and
can.
come
it does
out
damage. It does
happy.
chip the health away,
For sure.
you know?
Eventually.
Yeah, no.
But,
So again,
by
if you
then
put
you're
enough
getting
rounds in, you would.
Gatling
My point
lasered
is
and you
that, like,
reloaded 8 times.
yeah,
You
sure,
have to
but
be the
my point
luckiest son
is,
of a gun.
no, but my point is, even if you use that like 9 mil on some guy in power armor, if we're using the game logic, you're doing 1 point of damage per bullet, you know? Sure, it's only 1 point, but you're still doing that 1 point. Depending on where you hit on the automatons, you're not doing that 1 point. You're not doing anything.
You're doing nothing.
It's
Yeah.
you in the game literally see it bounce off to the side. Very well depicted.
Well, it looks like it's decided unless anyone else has anything, because I don't know how the 4 knights are going to get through. I mean, paladins might have a chance, but I doubt it.
Yeah.
I don't think paladins have a chance, and I think the number that you need to do this is kind of absurd, actually.
You need triplicate at least.
Yeah, you're
I
talking
think you
about
could
100.
take like an entire chapter, and they might be able to do it.
Oh, chapter
Yeah.
easily could do it.
No,
But
the chapters aren't that big. The Fallout 4 chapter's pretty small.
I think they could do it.
Well, I mean, isn't Fallout 4 chapter literally just what Maxon decided to bring with him, not even the entire force?
It is still a chapter though.
Still something.
And they had Liberty Prime.
the whole army.
They had Liberty Prime, to be fair.
It's pretty good.
Gunships up the wazoo.
I know that the Pred one would fucking not do great.
No.
I mean, the Prig
And-
one's just a giant blimp, not really made for combat.
You know, when they blow up your oversized blimp, they won't be happy.
And the vertibirds, though.
And I just want to say, you're lucky that we're
The
not doing
swarm
this
of
a year ago,
vertibirds.
because even without all the other upgrades, just those rocket devastators would have been enough to destroy any number of anything.
I mean, yeah,
Like-
you guys have the better position, and we're coming in
If-
scouting,
if
and
the-
we're just engaged. Is the
Well, you
situation?
can switch
I
it
imagine.
around, and the automatons could attack, and it'd still win.
Yeah.
I doubt it. They'd have a
No,
little
if
bit
you-
of trouble.
If you ran a patrol in the game, they have patrols of like 6 factory striders that would run through like the Fallout 4 Brotherhood, the Fallout 3 Brotherhood.
I mean, if you're throwing
Yep.
that many factory striders, of course, it'd kill any group
Also,
of
one
humans in
patrol?
armor.
That's
I
literally
want to
one
say this:
patrol.
the factory striders. So go ahead, man.
That's one patrol. That's not a big deal to them.
Also, the factory striders. I mean, like, I don't know if we've mentioned this, but like, as the name implies, they are factories. They do just pump out more devastators. Like, just throwing that out there. They don't come alone, and they make their own reinforcements. So, like, the whole time you're gonna have like things with giant shields and like rocket pods and just dual laser Gatling guns like marching towards you. You
So
know,
you guys have unlimited numbers while we have what? Nothing.
Okay,
I mean,
no,
it's not unlimited. You take
take
out the
Viper
factory
Strider,
striders,
yeah.
you take out the source. But if you don't, then yeah, yeah.
They'd have to catch it when it
unfortunately.
lands, get real lucky to get close enough, toss a grenade.
The
That's
grenade
it.
is not doing shit.
The grenade that sets off the
The
laser from space is what I mean. That's their only win condition if they could even get close
That's
enough.
Are you talking about for Fallout New Vegas?
There's multiple games where they have different things that shoot down.
Lasers from space in Fallout? Like which games?
You
I
mean
believe
the
it.
Sea
New
Finder
Vegas.
from Arcades?
There's 76. It's different ones.
Well, okay. Fallout New Vegas is owned by the NCR, by the way.
Yeah, they have Brotherhood of Steel though.
No, it's the NCRs. It's literally not the Brotherhoods.
No, in the expansions.
I mean, it used to be
I forget what it's
Brotherhood.
called.
It wasn't working when the Brotherhood owned it, so you couldn't use it like that.
All right.
The Brotherhood
That
don't have any
sucks.
lasers from space.
In
Even in
76 you
Fallout
do,
4,
but
who has it?
anyone with the missiles has it. Anyone with the
That's not
grenades.
what that's for. Missiles aren't from space, by the way. That's from the submarine. And the Fallout and the Brotherhood don't own that. The protagonist owns it. So again,
The moot point.
wrong.
They do lose.
It's not a moot point. That's the protagonist. That's not a paladin.
No, Paladin wouldn't really have that.
Yeah, you're
That if they
inflating
were
things
handed
the
that.
main character has and giving them to paladins.
Doesn't matter. Even if you give them that, is my point.
Yeah, either way,
well-
that seems like it's not enough.
Yeah.
I think is what he's saying. Like the automatons just sort of washed this one off. Like unfortunately,
Yeah. So the automatons win.
Easily.
Yes.
I think we have it settled.
Yep.
All right, let's hope that we bought them enough time for them to come up with another debate.
Yeah.
No.
You 100% did not. I guarantee it.
Yeah, there's no.
Someone
point.
offered a
I mean,
debate and then they
how
never
do we
replied,
talk?
and I said yes.
Gotcha. All right. Anybody else has another debate? Does anybody else have another debate? Does anybody else have another debate?
Well, I'm heading out. Have a good night.
Totals. I guess I'll send you guys Space Duck, Rouge. You guys know the deal. If you come up with one, let me know, and then you come back up. Let me see. I just swing, stay high, reply. Eventually, no, it didn't. Secondly, still not working. When the CEO owns it, Fat Man with Shred. Anyone call it a debate? I'm still willing to do the versus Covenant. It seems like that might be the last one for the night. It's looking like this might be the shortest stream we ever had. Fallout versus Resident, death penalty, good or bad? Liam, I think that was the guy who you were debating with earlier.
That's me. Yes.
Oh, that is you. Oh shit, I didn't see Liam. Okay, because you were saying that there was somebody we were debating that was doing that. All right.
No, I was just playing if someone wants to do one of them.
Wild Gamer will do that debate. You have to be in the Discord so I can bring you up, man. You gotta like enter. Oh, I probably should have put a link to the Discord, I suppose, for people. Hold up, let me put a link to the Discord for people who don't have it. Give me a second. Give me a second. I gotta do the Discord link. Put it in the chat and do the Discord link. Sorry, one sec, guys. Let's see. Click on there. Invite. There's like a whole process. You can't just click on the fucking thing and post it. Everything's gotta be so goddamn complicated. Alright, live. This. And then YouTube wants to have a crap. Come on, YouTube. There we go. Sorry, guys. Give me 1 second. Discord link.
Oh, it's spawn.
There we go. Did it. Did it. Pin message. Alright, cool. Did it. Alright, there's a Discord link. Let's see. Also, Stickman, Wars, Legacy, Order, Empire, Faction. I'll rejoin. Ace, I'll debate for the Imperium. I'll do the Imperium versus the Covenant. I mean, okay. I guess if you want to. Let's see. Man, is there like a holiday tonight or something? There's like nobody here. That's crazy. Let's see. Okay, what side? Also, do you debate against this stick? Blah, blah. All right, nobody's answering about having any other debates. So I guess we'll just do. What do we just do? Brotherhood versus Steel versus Automatons. Done. I guess we'll do Covenant versus Imperium Man. Does anyone else want to come up and do Covenant versus Imperium of Man? Who knows Covenant? Who knows the Imperium of Man? Enderboater. A lot of people in the Discord went to Thailand or something. Yeah, I don't know what happened. This is a weird night. I mean, fine. Look,
Thailand's pretty great.
Fine by me. Like I said, I'm actually don't even fucking feel like doing this tonight. And I mean, there hasn't been a single super chat the whole night, which is also an unusual occurrence. So it's like, I mean, I'm not even making anything being here, so I might just bail. But we'll see. Lizzie, you've already been invited. Come on up. Does anyone want to do Covenant and Imperium other than these two? We can make it a 2v2 and get at least one other person up here, or two other people up here. Whatever happened to Hobo Mike? Hey, he gets busy. He works on some weekends. He sends me messages every once in a while. Anybody? Nobody? Nobody wants? Okay. Fine. Liam, you know either of these factions? You know Covenant.
Yeah.
Would you like to join one side or the other?
Sure, I'll go for the Covenant.
Alright. Space Duck, Rizuru. You guys know Imperium or Covenant? You guys want to pick a side and debate? I'll wait for them to see if they message. They are not messaging. No. Okay, cool. Alright, go ahead. You guys get started whenever. Make sure to talk about exactly what it is y'all are debating to start with, and then
Okay.
Go ahead.
We're debating a full-scale war between the two factions, and there will be no outside help from other factions from within the two universes. Like, for example, the Covenant can't just pull the entire Forward and flee out their ass because they've found a Void world. And the
Yeah, it's
Imperium can't just the Eldar to do this, to, like, mess with the Covies.
Yeah, it's fine.
I think there's a reasonable argument that the Imperium has a good shot at this, though I say in Void they're more better in the Void, but on the ground, that's where things lean in the Covenant's favor, ironically. Because the Imperium, their ships are massive. Like, their battleships typically come across the same size as a CSO as carrier, which itself is like 28 kilometers long and is like the rarest ship in the fleet for the Coveys. So, and a typical macro cannon round from say Emperor class is the size of a house. So, the Void, the Imperium has stomped. Though I will give. Actually, go ahead so you can make your argument in the Void before we go to the ground.
I don't think the Imperium is going to have a good time in space, merely because their weapons are incredibly slow. It is described in lore that their guns are literally pulled by hundreds of people with chains to pull them into place. And that's going to end very badly when you have to aim and actually fire the damn thing, because it's like by the time you get it fucking aimed and everything, a ship's already moved out of the way. It's gone. They're not going to be able to hit Covenant zips. And even if they do, the Covenant zips are incredibly doable. They take Mac rounds. It takes multiple Mac rounds to kill a Covenant ship.
Yeah, but macro cannons yes, they operate on a similar philosophy to a Mac. The base cruiser size macro cannon is on par with the Infinities, at least in terms of destructive power. And that's not the only thing they're armed with. They're armed with lance barriers, torpedoes, lasers, point defense weapons. Some of the bigger ships have their own fire complements. Not just the macro cannons. And the lance weapons can track their targets. If I recall correctly, I would have to read up on Gothic's rulebook, but the lance batteries could keep up with their target if we're talking the torpedoes. And then you've got those big gun fins that some of the ships have. I forgot what it's called. It's this giant laser fin some ships have mounted on their top of their hulls.
It's
But
not
it
the
could
Lancer.
one-
It's not the. Is that not what that is?
No, I'm thinking of the Imperium version. You're probably thinking of the plasma lance mounted on, say, cruisers or carriers in the Covenant. I'm thinking of that weapon system that's typically mounted on the top in a similar position to its Covenant counterpart, but I keep forgetting what it's called.
Okay. I think a main problem for the Imperium is going to actually being able to respond to when the Covenant show up. Because they have to go through the warp, and the warp is incredibly inconsistent, which doesn't help the Imperium at all, because then it's like, oh yeah, we showed up to the planet. Also, that war that when the Covenant showed up, yeah, that was like 100 years ago. Everybody died, and the Covenant's gone now.
Yeah, but for the sake of argument, let's say the Imperium can arrive into wherever the hell the Covenant's attacking within a reasonable time frame. Like, say,
Why? That's like an unfair advantage they wouldn't have.
Yeah, they would.
no, like,
Yeah.
so the Covenant just doesn't go fuck off the moment they get their job done.
Well, that's sort of the benefit, you know. The Covenant can do that, and the Imperium
Yeah,
can.
Yeah, the Covenant have slip space, which is far superior to.
If you said, yeah, if you're using
FPS.
you're
I'm
using
not
an
denying
all-out
that
war.
subspace. I'm not denying subspace. Okay, fair enough. But how? So the Covenant is stated to control the entirety of the Orion Arm, which, by my estimate, is like from where the edge of Ultramar is to like the edge of the southernmost part of Segmentum Pacificus, which is like to the west. That's like kind of like a crescent shape from northeast to southwest. That's how big the Covenant is in terms of volume, as stated in lore. But
Yeah, they controlled most, if not all, of the Orion Arm. At least a massive majority of the Orion Arm was their territory.
yes, I'm assuming that they control everything but like the systems the UNSC had under their control. So
Yeah,
pretty much the entirety of the Orion.
I say if the warp's not that good, then there's nothing to stop them going to a planet, glassing it,
and then moving
waiting when they show up, dip, go glass somewhere. Also, if you play Halo 2, if they do a slip space jump in world, it will fuck up the city real bad. So they could even just when they
That's
dip,
actually
they could
highly
basically
not recommended for bigger tonnage vessels because, well, the aforementioned fuck up with the thing, and unless you know exactly where you're going, like if you say, "Oh, go to random system," it's probably going to put a big strain
yeah, I
on
know,
hulls
but they
since they're
can
not
have it pre-prepared. If they just like, you know, let's go here.
And also, it is
dip.
yeah. It also is noted that the only reason that they don't glass a planet immediately is if they're looking for artifacts. They're not looking for artifacts in this scenario, which means every planet they go to, they're not even going to bother to fight on the ground. They're going to glass it immediately.
I mean, I think the Imperium could force the Covenant to land if, like, oh, we need to take out these orbital defenses, but their generators are deep underground in this hive city. We need to go fight in the hive city because I'm pretty sure most Imperium orbital defense barriers are usually controlled from, like, a place in, like, a hive city, like where the governor usually is, because at least on Armageddon, Von Straub was able to control most of the orbital defenses and he did not have them turned on when the orcs came around in Second Armageddon.
Okay. I do think if the Covenant is forced to go into ground combat, they're gonna slaughter basically everything. Especially the God. The God might as well not even fucking exist. The God are worthless.
The only
Actually, I would like to counter that. The las gun. It takes roughly about 15,000 joules of energy to sever a limb. Each las gun shot from an M35 Galaxy Pen, which is a stock standard model, puts out roughly over 100,000 joules. A source for this is the Old Man's Lore video, where he does the math, dividing each shot by how much energy the last gun's power pack has, period, dividing each shot that typically magazine fires, and he came up with like 100,000 something joules per shot.
I should be clear about this. It is not a source to say that someone on YouTube said something.
Oh, that's my bad. That's where I've heard it. I forgot to double check.
It's fine. Just definitionally wise, that's not a source.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now to be fair, I will say that yes, lasguns they do. It is described that they do blow off limbs. That's fine. But I mean, that's going to do great against like grunts, but against like energy COD elites, that's not going to. I mean, I'm not going to say that's going to be totally useless against them, because it's not. It's going to do fine. But the problem is that the God are going to get so overwhelmed by firepower that it's not going to matter. They're only going to take 1 or 2 hits from a plasma rifle or anything like that, and they're going to die, or like a plasma pistol, and they're dead.
The Guard actually has better armored vehicles. While yes, the Rust itself, in comparison to say the Wraith, is a shit vehicle. It's known to combust and stuff. The stuff like say the Rangarock or the Rogodorn, the Siegfried, Chimera light tank variants, like in the Blame Blade, are all well capable of holding their own in a firefight against Wraith or a Ghost. Really,
Yeah, but I don't know what they're going to do against the Scarab. All those vehicles, like that's going to be a real problem.
Probably be a Titan or a Knight problem, since they're usually meant to deal with that. So like,
aren't Titans extremely rare?
Yeah, they're very rare on the Imperium.
But Night Houses are pretty common, so you could just tell one, there's a giant alien robot thing over there, go kill it. And they probably do it. And yes, the bigger Titans like the Imperator class and the Warlord are rare, but you can get a group of Reavers or like Warhounds pretty damn easy in comparison to those.
I know there was what the fuck was it called again? It was like a mobile base the Covenant has, and those were described as being escorted by. Oh no, not High Charity. This was like a ground base the Covenant has. It's like mobile, and that is escorted by like several Scarabs. You would need a good bit of firepower to take down multiple Scarabs, including that base.
Okay, so each warlord or like Reaver can have a varying armament. So, but Reavers and Warlords typically have like a missile pod mounted onto like their carapace armor on the back. And they usually are either fitted with like a minigun or like a plasma or melta weapon on one arm and a melee close defense weapon on the other. So, in terms of like fighting the Scarabs in the mobile base, what I assume to happen is that the machines with the longer range weapons would force the Scarabs to engage them, and draw their fire, whilst the shorter range melt armed Titans would go getting closer and put Melta straight through the Scarab's face. Because mind you, the Scarab is slow that it can't even properly track like a ATV with 2 people on it.
Yeah, but an ATV is incredibly tiny. A Titan is huge.
Yes,
it would be a massive target.
the smaller warhounds are roughly the same speed, and they can
But
maneuver. And if
again,
you
a
for
mongoose, an ATV/mongoose is absolutely tiny.
Yeah, it's incredibly tiny and compared. Even
A
what's the
space marine
smallest?
is
Yeah, is
many
bigger.
times
talking
larger than
about the
that
smallest
alone.
mech, if we're talking about the smallest mech, that would be, I think, a night variant. I forgot the name, but it was roughly the size of like 18, 15 feet tall, roughly. I would have to give it the smallest. No, the biggest tiny is like roughly 12 meters. I'd say roughly 10 to 15 feet for the biggest, the smallest night model. And that itself has been shown to be nimble enough to dodge much bigger targets, to fire from much bigger targets, as seen in Broken Lance or whatever, when several of them were taking on some Nurgle monsters, and one gets chucked at another one, and the second one just swirls around and keeps on running at the Nurgle guy. So knights are capable of getting close and sort of messing with the joints. And they're
I
small enough that the scarab wouldn't
huh?
be probably able to track it. Go ahead, I did
I
not mean to interrupt
think,
you.
no, it's fine. I do think that because the scarab is most definitely going to be supported by infantry, that's probably going to be heavily armed. They would have fuel rod cannons, and I think with enough shots, you could definitely a knight is going to go down to infantry.
Oh, I do not doubt that, which is why typically knights are usually supported by guard forces, which if we're talking about different regiments, I will agree most would not be able to hold up against Coven, but like a Cadian or a Armageddon or a Krieg regiment those three could probably be able to hold their own. Anything else is just our guard regiments are too specialized in the one specific field to be able to properly go up against the Covenant. The Talharin are desert fighters. The um what's the name of those British looking guys? Forgot their name.
I know what you're talking about, but I don't know the name.
Yeah, those
I've seen,
guys are
I've
focused
seen
on
them in
line
videos.
battles, so their type of warfare is too outdated for the Covenant. Holland and Kachan found the same problem as the Talharin Desert Fighters is because they're specialized in one environment. They can't really fight in multiple environments.
I also don't. I
More,
also don't think. I also don't think Krieg are going to do particularly well against the Covenant.
if the Kriegers manage to dig in, it's going to be a pain in the ass for any cover commander to
I
properly
mean, it is,
dislodge
but the
them.
Covenant are kind of used to that.
Yeah, that's not. That's they do that. And God forbid they get inside the trench. I would love to see the look on a Canadian guardsman's face as he grabs his shovel and he goes to swing it, and he just gets his arm whipped off immediately by an elite, and he's dead. Like,
Yeah, if we're talking your average unnamed guardsman, yeah, but if we're talking your named guardsmen, those guys just have a certain amount of plot armor to them. Mind you, Kai Biscayne took down a damn traitor Astartes by himself. Oh yes, he has some help at the end of the fight, but with
To be
Jurgen
fair,
as
I would say
Helta,
your average elite is probably stronger, but in overall is probably about equal to a Space Marine as a
I mean,
combatant.
they're able to match Master Chief, who can flip a 60-ton tank.
Yeah, they're
No space
stronger.
marines, yeah, no space marine is anywhere. Not even the custodians are that strong.
I'm saying as a combatant, as an overall combatant, they're probably pretty
yeah, in a straight fight,
comparable.
roughly your average elite miner is going to be on the same tier as, say, your run-of-the-mill battle brother. Roughly because they're two totally different types of forces. In the air, I will give it to the Covenant because the Imperium stuff is this complete dog shit. The Thunderbolt barely has any BVR capabilities, and its missiles haven't been shown to properly lock onto targets. I've done extensive research, and every source I said says the Thunderbolt is a clunky dogfighter. It is not meant to be fighting something like a Banshee.
Yeah, the Banshee are incredibly maneuverable, and they have those plasma cannons, and they have that that big plasma gun that they have that you can fire as well, which is pretty devastating. That's gonna fuck up like any air vehicle and ground targets the Imperium could muster.
I mean, if you get a firing squadron or like regiment or like whatever they call their biggest fire wing, yeah, that's what they call them. If you get like a firing unit that's experienced with fighting the Eldar, which have similar doctrine in terms of fire support, I think they'd be able to at least hold their own in Thunderbolts, but I wouldn't think that they'd be able to win.
There's also the thing of in terms of elites, they do have like ultra elites and like elite like captains, and they also have
those
elite
guys are
forces as well.
Yes, backups would probably their closest equivalents would be the Retribuers or the Raptors chapters, because Retribuers are specialized in sort of like small little group actions similar to Helldivers, and they're like the guys from Astartes. They're from the Retribuers chapters. That's what the Retribuers do. The Raptors, on the other hand, they're marksmen. Like they prefer to keep it at range so their enemy doesn't cut them in half, because they know, hey, we should not go into a sword fight with a giant murder bug.
Yeah.
And if we're talking about like your quality of troops and stuff, they make the argument that the Covenant actually kind of has a disadvantage, because elites aren't the main body. Like, it's the jackals and the grunts which the guard can handle.
That's
Yeah,
going
that's
to
fair.
be yeah, I mean, I do think they could definitely handle guns. Jackals are going to be very bad to
They
deal
deal
with.
with
It's
their
gonna
crew.
vary on
They
jackal to
deal
jackal.
with
They
their crew.
instantaneously kill Master Chief on like full shields and everything. It's going to be a one shot on basically any Space Marine.
Yeah, the
Much less a
jackal
weapon.
snipers will be problems, but jackals on the field won't be that bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the
Yeah.
snipers. So the snipers in Halo 2's campaign were actually handpicked. So they're the best jackal snipers you can find. So
Well,
that's
Halo
why they were
3
such.
too, 'cause they can do it in Halo 3.
Oh, they also
But
have
the ones specifically in Halo 2 were ones handpicked by Regret to form like this little regiment of people to basically be the best snipers in the Covenant.
I know, but I'm just saying, Halo
Yeah.
3 they can still one shot you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which basically means any ground personnel that the Imperium has is going to fucking die.
Yeah, the Halo 2 ones are pretty
Actually, I would
death,
say
though.
anyone that isn't wearing ceramite armor would not be able to survive Jackal. Ceramite is like very tough. Like
It's not
tougher than
taking
even
that many
titanium.
shots, though. Maybe a couple.
I don't think it's tough enough. I don't think it's on the same comparable level to Master
Have you
Chief and
guys
his
seen
shields.
Have you guys seen Pyro Nexus with like that one clip where these Ultramarine sergeants find that Necron sniper guy? It's going to be a cat and mouse like thing with the Draco trying to maneuver into position to take out the Astartes, because head on, unless it hits like something like the upper part of the faceplate in like certain models of helmet, is not going to be able to pen. Like the faceplate and like the joint areas are the only parts that I would consider most Covenant marksman weapons to be able to pierce.
I still think they could do that. They'd have to be very good, but they definitely can. I also think in terms of also forgot to bring up that the Covenant also has drones, which have plasma pistols as well. which would be
Yeah, the
really effective.
drones would be a major pain in the ass for any force. Because even Master Chief has a hard time putting his weapon on target and shooting a drone. I highly doubt an Astartes with a much clunkier weapon is going to be able to do that easily. Oh yes,
Yeah,
I think like the only force that actually be able to properly deal with the drones effectively would be the Tanith first and only, but since they're only one regiment, they can't be everywhere the drones are sent at once. 'Cause the
yeah,
Tanith are like a sniper heavy unit. So, of course, they are meant to be able to switch targets very easily. Like the
yeah. Mm.
back on the guard, the Covenant, anything bigger than Lehman Russ, which is like half their tank arsenal, is not going to be able to be knocked out by anything short than Scarab, because what the fuck is a Grum with a Fear Rod going to do against a Beyblade?
They
Because
would
like
suit it.
there's no
They also have
yeah, but there's
hunters. Hunters would absolutely
oh yeah
destroy a Beyblade with its gun.
oh, how uh, how much has a hunter been able to throw? Because a Beyblade is like 1,000 tons or something.
Um, what have they been able to throw? I know they toss around. I think they can toss like cars or whatever.
They
I
could
do
toss
think if
cars,
it's,
but 1,000 tons would be beyond them for sure.
yeah,
Yeah, because like your
yeah,
average Baneblade, like your just stock standard model with 11 guns from hell, is like 1,000 tons minimum. And that's not
yeah.
even getting into like the specialized variants meant to kill Titans. Those things have like are much heavier due to their armament.
I do think that if they shoot a Baneblade with the big ass cannon they have, that Baneblade isn't going to last very long. Like at
It
all.
depends on the angle. If they hit like in the rear engine deck, yeah, the Baneblade's fucked. But if they're going at it head on, or if the Baneblade at the beginning of the engagement puts a shell straight through one of the hunter's face and kills it and causes the other one to go berserk, really, unless the crew opens a hatch, they should be fine because the hunter's going to go berserk and then start swinging at a tank it cannot throw.
Yeah, but how powerful are the guns on a Baneblade? What is the caliber of gun?
Though not
Because
specifically specifies, the Mega Bowcan that is the Baneblade's main armament is stated to pretty much take down any heavy unit short of like Titan-sized forces any other faction in 40K can muster.
because I do know for a fact that you can fire the rocket launcher that the UNSC has full face at a hunter and it doesn't do anything. It doesn't give a shit. That's 102 millimeter that you can fire at the thing.
Oh,
Doesn't do
it's
anything.
way well bigger than 102 because it's much bigger than the Lehman Russ's main gun, which, if I recall correctly, has either a sponson or coax weapon. No, it doesn't have it as a coax. It has an autocannon as a coax. It has a shortened version of the battle cannon as a hull-mounted weapon in some variants of the standard Beyblade, and like a melt-up weapon as another hull-mounted weapon. But basically, the Baneblade's main armament is 120 millimeters, and since the bore diameter of the Baneblade is much bigger than that, I'd assume it's like roughly 200 millimeters. So yeah, Hunter's not eating a straight shot from either the main armament or like the whole mounted gun.
I definitely
Oh
think a
yes,
way to kill a Baneblade with its big ass cannon, or like, well, its
yeah,
artillery piece.
yeah. Then you also got like the Rouga Dorns and like the Siegfrieds and the Ragnaroks, which are all heavy tanks and could easily hold out long enough for like either themselves or another tank in their unit to take out the hunters.
Yeah, but the Covenant can always call in air support, and that is going to fuck the Imperium of Man's defensive lines.
Hydras. Hydras. Hydras and the missile tank thing that I forgot the name of. They are capable of tracking flying targets and shooting them down with at least decent accuracy.
Hmm. Okay.
That's why
Because
you
the
glass
Hydras
it.
have like
Yeah, I was gonna say they could just say fuck it and just glass a bit of it from orbit. That's what they did to Earth anyway.
That's the thing. All of this would come down to is, can you stop them glassing planets? If no, then they
I
sort
think
of just win.
throwing the stars in the ships would probably dissuade them from that. And if they go near Terra, they're going to have a worse time than say the heretics and the heresy, because I don't think they're dealing with the entirety of the Imperium at one place. Because if
They
Terra
wouldn't
or
be. They'd be
McCrack is
going to their different planets and glassing them.
Yeah, they would just
but they
they would
managed
go
to
to a different planes and glass them.
They would do what they did to humanity in Halo and take out their planets one by one.
Yeah, but the Imperium is so fucking big, and the planets of strategic importance, like major Forge worlds, are so heavily defended that the planets that the Covenant can glass is just inconsequential to the overall war effort for
Well,
the
why couldn't they?
Imperium.
What would stop them glassing the more important planets? Like, what sort of defenses do they have?
I mean, yeah, because Earth had an entire fleet of ships defending it, and it had orbital defense batteries. They had 300 of those, and Earth still got fucked.
Okay, so
With a tiny
average
fleet, by
battle
the way.
fleet in each your average
Yeah, well, that's
battle
very
fleet
true.
in your average battle fleet that's patrolling your random ass sector has 50 or 75 warships under its command. A major force world like say Mars or something would have like 20 of those stationed in just that sector alone. Like,
Yeah, that's
Oh wait,
and
do you mean
especially if
20? Do you mean 20 fleets? That they would have 20 fleets in that sector alone?
yes, 20 fleets.
Okay, and you said the highest was 75 ships.
75 on average, but like I've seen normal battle fleets go up to like 100 ships a pop.
Okay.
yeah, like
And then
even. But again, the humans on Earth had 300 batteries and then a fleet, so they had similar
Yeah,
numbers.
and
they
they
had
still
at
got
best
fucked. And that was with
they
a
had
small.
at
That was with a smaller. That was with a smaller fleet than what attacked Reach.
yeah,
It is
yeah the
stated.
true
It's stated that that the one that attacked Reach was 5 times as big.
I thought Hood said 500, but like either way, the reason why that didn't happen is because most of the invasion fleet got wiped out during first strike.
We know,
Oh yeah, sorry, my bad. So
but I'm saying that's my point. They could take out Mars and stuff with a Reach-sized fleet.
Yeah, that wouldn't be that big of a deal.
Also, First Strike was not based on the fleet which attacked Earth. It was based on the fleet which attacked Reach.
And it's not like the
so
Covenant isn't used to fighting long ass wars against humanity anyway. The Covenant War was 27 years. That's fine.
but
In
you're
First Strike,
yeah,
Master Chief
but
was
Vrax
15.
no first strike. Master Chief was in his 40s, and the fleet that is wiped out during Operation First Strike was a separate fleet from the ones that were sent to Reach. The ones that were destroyed during Operation First Strike were the ones that directly under Regret's command, and most of them were destroyed because they were refilling, and the ones Regret ultimately invaded with were just the ones that were immediately ready and that he could immediately just send to Earth. That was the prep invasion fleet, and since we're getting off topic, but so the siege of Rax lasted 14 years and cost no, not 14, like 18 years and cost like roughly 14 billion deaths. And to the Imperium, that was considered an average Tuesday.
Yeah, but the Covenant's not even going to bother to do that. They're going to show up, destroy the fleet in orbit, and then glass the planet, and then move on.
Yeah, but
And the God just isn't going to hold out very long against elites. The God is going to get its ass kicked really hard, and that makes up the vast majority of the Imperium's military. There's only 1 million space marines across the entire. That's tiny. Across
I'm well
a
aware of
galaxy-spanning empire.
I'm well aware of that, but even if we do throw like everything the Imperium has onto one planet, the Imperium's still going to bloody the Covenant enough that they're not going to want to invade because, well,
They
they
don't
don't
need
want to
to
get.
invade. They
In that
don't
case,
need to.
in that case, they're
Because
just going
by
to say
the
fuck it
time
and just glass the planet. They're just going to say fuck it and glass the planet and leave and be done.
There's
by
no
the
reason
time
for
they
them to
get to like
invade.
the important planets, they would have had to have gone over well over 10, like well over 5 times their entire territory just to get to like say McCrag or
So what's the
something.
point? It's going to take a long time. That's fine.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, and the Human Covenant War was nearly 30 years. That's fine. That's not a problem. Oh no, it's going to take us 500 years to beat the Imperium. Okay, that's cool.
That's actually a major thing since the oldest species I can think of off the top of my head that can live close to that long is the elite, since they live to like 200, 300 years apiece. And since the Imperium forces attrition rates onto its foes, they're not going to be able to produce enough elites
The thing is, they
properly.
can't work. Again, the attrition doesn't work when you have inferior slip space, like ship travel.
Yeah, that's going to be really like the Imperium ship travel is dog shit. The Covenant is going to show up into a system, attack any fleet that's there. Once the fleet is dead, they're going to glass any planet that the Imperium is on, and then fuck off.
They have a counter to Psychers since Psychers can easily just fuck with pretty much anything in reality. And it's like, oh, your entire command staff of this specific ship is now fucking, their brains are now mush. So, and that's pointing at lightly. If the Imperium
You have to
puts
be
enough,
an incredibly powerful psyker to be able to do that. The average psyker, which is most of them, isn't anywhere near that power.
they're capable enough to cause interference. So, like, if you have a bunch of Psychers on an outpost or something, and you see a Covenant fleet amassing up, invading our system, they could like use their psychic powers to fuck with the electronics long enough. An invasion force, or at least a defense force of the local sectors, which is what the Imperium does. They usually shore up and attack.
Covenant have AI to help them against hacking.
From magic?
Oh, it's magic hacking.
It's Psychers. Because Psychers can manipulate equipment with their stuff because
Can
it's
they
been
do that?
stated multiple
Can they do that at vast ranges? Can they do that from like across a planet? Because if they can't
if
do it
there's
from
enough
across a planet, they're fucked.
if it's like a good enough Psyker being like being like so Psychers are the main communication way of the Imperium, and as seen in Space Marine 2, a bunch of lesser Psychers channel their energy to a more powerful Psyker, so that Psyker can send a distress message to the like a Imperium garrison somewhere
Could they
else.
do that to multiple ships? Would be the other thing.
Yeah,
At the
that's
same
another
time?
mechanism. Yeah, at the same time.
Sure.
We're talking hundreds upon hundreds of ships that would show up. in a system at once.
You don't even
Which
have to like destroy all the ships like in their command, or at least immobilize them. You just have to fuck with the command vessels, which is usually the biggest vessel in the fleet, and the Covenant just acts like a headless chicken.
No, it doesn't. What?
No, they're actually pretty good. It's
Oh.
like, oh, our command fucks. Oh, our officer died. That's fine. We're going to continue on the mission anyway. Which
So,
is
like,
kill a lot of
for
humanity.
example, when Long Line of Solus was destroyed, the entire fleet that ship was assigned to had no idea what to do because their commanding officers were all killed on board the Solus. The exact
But
same
again, this
thing
is
would
the-
happen if the
this.
Psychers fried the brains of like the entire command crew of the
If
flagship.
you're giving me if the Psychers know who to kill, sure, but do they know who to kill?
No, they would have no idea who to kill.
I mean, initially, like early on the war, no, but since the Covenant always put their commanding officers on the bigger ships, like the CAS class or the CSO, if there's like one of them lying around in the invasion fleet, just pick that one and screw with the
So yeah,
bridge
it would be a
crew and
random chance while this is happening, their planet's being turned into grass.
Yeah, that's not going to go well. They're going to die. They're going to get
it's the
fucked on doing that.
F is expected.
Yeah, but they don't have. Yeah, but they don't have infinite lives that they can just forgo at the Covenant. Like if they lose a Forge World, that's a problem.
Depends on like what forge world it is. If it's like a minor forge world made to produce las guns, okay, good. There's like a bajillion of them in the other side of the galaxy. We can just send more las guns. But if it's like a Titan forge world, the Pyramid's going to fight for that bitch to the bitter end. If Grind has any inclination, they will fight until literally every damn man and woman on that planet is killed in action.
I mean, that's
like
That's fine.
That's every fictional like army.
Yeah, it's fine.
like,
That's not a problem. The Covenant doesn't care about that. The Covenant is like, oh, you want to fight to the bitter end? That's cool. We're gonna kill you anyway. It's whatever.
We know from the books that if they do that, they just glass the planet and send some fucking jackals down to eat them.
Yep. They also do have engineers, which are pretty. Don't engineers like a planetary shield is doing shit against the glassing beam?
It can because planetary shields have been proven to withstand orbital bombardment. Again, with
How long?
Vrax at least lasted itself, and it was like standard shields. Was able to last the entirety of the siege. It was like only in the final months they managed to get the shield down.
Yeah. Then I guess they'd have to do a land invasion.
Yeah, but a land invasion. While I do think the Covenant would definitely lose forces, they're going to win that land invasion pretty decisively, actually.
No, they would not, at least in my opinion, because the Covenant is a primarily puts more of its chips into spaceborne forces rather than their ground pounders. Because like you said, they prefer to glass a planet. So their forces on the ground are less well equipped in comparison to like literally any other sci-fi faction.
Well, I mean, no, they're incredibly well equipped on the ground. All of their weapons burn harder than lava. All of them.
But organizational wise, their shit's all over the place. Like they don't have a proper system for their armor support. They don't have even proper artillery platforms outside of the Wraith.
I thought they had, or maybe they don't have guns. I thought they had artillery guns, but I don't think they do.
That one thing that appeared once in Reach, which
No, I'm sorry. They do have. I thought they do have. Doesn't the Covenant have artillery guns? I swear they do, because we have to take them out in that one mission.
They do have them, yeah.
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
But those are like static. They're not mobile unlike the Imperium, since every artillery piece in the Imperium is on a tracked chassis, so it can fire at whatever the hell it's shooting at, set back up, and just run away. The Covenant don't have that luxury with anything aside from the Wraith and that one damn two-man vehicle that from Reach.
Yeah. Oh, they do also have choppers, which are decent. That would be absolute hell against infantry.
Yeah, I more consider the chopper to be in the ghost and sort of like scout vehicles, like say a Pegasus armored car or a Chimera. But yes, against infantry, unless they have like a rocket launcher on standby, the guard is going to get fucked by a chopper.
Yeah. I'm gonna be honest, I think 9 times out of 10 the Covenant's gonna win on the ground, especially if they have armored support. Because depending on the world they land on, the Imperium is going to have no armor or some armor, or they're gonna have like a Titan or a few Titans. And that's gonna be it.
Oh,
Which
actually, so if since I used the whole from McCrag to Severn segment and Pacificus for this, if they're attacking straight down the middle, that means they're in the Death Corps of Creek's area of operations. They're one of the few regiments that are combined arms. And since Cadians are scared to the four winds and could be easily redirected from our fronts, of those two regiments would be able to at least give enough of a blindness their covenant long enough for other specialized regiments to be sent to feeder or whatever. Like, so the Imperial Guard operates on a sort of specialized basis with only Krieg, KDI, maybe one or two other regiments not obeying the standard. Like, if there's an artillery regiment, it only has artillery. Same with tanks and infantry. So yeah, if it's like on some random ass planet that only sources infantry, they only have what the guard carries. Which is still potent because they have las cannons and like rocket launchers and shit. But they're still fucked nonetheless. And
yeah.
they God forbid they even poke fucking Ultramar. Because that's just going to result in like a fucking bloodbath for the Covenant.
Does
'Cause
Ultramar
what
have does it have planetary shields?
it's not Ultramar's not a planet. It's
Oh, it's
a
not.
it's like
Oh, it's an entire
500
sector.
planets and
Oh, gotcha.
yeah,
Okay.
and
Okay. It's a
it
sector.
is one of the most, aside from Cadia and Terra itself, Ultramar is the most heavily defended area in Imperial controlled space. Literally, the only faction that has come even close to properly taking over Ultramar were the Tyranids. Even then, they were being back because Calgar threw an Emperor-class battleship at them.
Hmm. Okay. I think in
The
terms of a war, war of attrition, the Imperium is
Imperium would
going
be
to
able to outlast.
slowly lose. It's just a matter of time, and until the Covenant just destroys the Imperium.
It would take way too long for the Covenant to think it'd be viable. Like, the Imperium has lasted 10,000 years with much more technologically advanced enemies at its doorstep. The Covenant's not going to be able to overrun all those planets within the span of the time they need. Like, they could, like, the Covenant, before they would most likely either think the cost would be not worth it or find something else to do, like, say, find a Halo ring or something to go fuck with.
And if they find
Um,
the Halo ring, everyone in 40k is dead.
it was
Yeah,
just
that's
an
an
example.
insta.
I was
Yeah,
just
that's
using the
an
ring as an example since that's the
Yeah,
first
that's fine.
former instructor. Like, so,
Yeah.
fucking, at best, they have like 100 or so years. before the Imperium gets its shit properly together and beats them to blade pulp.
When is
I
the
think
Imperium ever? The Imperium has almost never gets its shit properly together ever.
I mean, on the grand scale, no. On like local level, oh hell yeah! Like for example, Acadia. Every regiment of the Acadian shock troops had been sent there within the span of a few months.
A few months is way too slow.
No, like this is
in
like them
comparison.
preparing for the siege, and they weren't really in as much as a hurry. When when like Acadia happened, there were elements, if I recall correctly, there were elements of the Black Templars or some Space Marine chapter from like Pacificus, which is like on the other side of the galaxy. It got the order and like got there within like a day or two because they put their ship through over hell. Just to
Yeah, but
get
but but
Acadia.
that's the exception. But that's the exception. Most people if most space travel the Imperium does is not going to be, oh, I need to go to the other side of the galaxy in a day. Oh, I can do that. No, that's going to take realistically on average weeks to months to potentially hundreds of years. It's
Say on
very
average,
it's
say
very
on average,
inconvenient.
if they are focusing solely on the Covenant in this scenario, they could reasonably get a fair force within like a week or so after initial landfall, just as long as the PDF of the planet that the Covenant attacks holds out.
I do
So
not
that
see
is
I do not see the PDF of many planets winning out against a ground invasion against the Covenant at all. They're not gonna. Oh, for a week? No, that's
I
not
mean
happening.
Mortia's PDF, which is like in the same area as like the same scenario as Krieg, it held out for months against a demon invasion. It is the only other planet besides Cadia in recorded Imperial history to do so. So if the damn Covenant invade Mordia, which they're already going to have a tough time because half the planet's perpetually in the sun and the other half is dark as shit and has roving bands of cannibals and is also hot as shit, there is nothing to like the Covenant cannot physically force on the planets that they have to force a ground invasion on. They are not winning solely because of numbers and the amount of bullshit the Imperium can just pull off. Like they could realistically warp a goddamn small strike team of say Space Marines or Scions into like the command ship of whatever fleet or in the wherever the fuck the prophets. Sorry, I was stammering. Wherever the hell the prophets sit on high charity, and just go, hello, die.
Trying
So
to
they
do
would.
that is going to end very badly for those Space Marines that warp into. I don't even know if now. I will grant you that I don't know if Covenant shielding would stop them from warping into a ship. If it doesn't, I still don't think Space Marines are going to have a good time because they're going to have to fight elites, and elites are way better in certain instances.
Sorry, guys. Hey, I have a question specifically to Liam. What is the difference between a tributary and a vassal?
In what?
In fucking Stellaris.
A vassal is basically you're their ruler, but they're independent. They just like pay tribute to you.
Okay, so what's a tributary? Tributary is
That is
also someone
new.
who gives tribute, right? Wouldn't that be the exact same thing?
Yeah, I think a vassal is like a partnership, where a tributary sounds more like it's
It doesn't
contribute.
it
I don't
doesn't
know.
fucking explain it. I gotta Google this.
I know what a vassal is. I can explain what a vassal is.
Yeah, I know
but
what a vassal
tributary
is too. I just don't know the difference because I thought vassals also paid tribute. So I don't know what a tributary is. I'm about to go to war with some people, and it says set war goal, make tributary or vassalize, and both are subjugation. When you read the description, it said war is waged to subjugate the enemy as a tributary in the event of status quo peace. Systems we occupy will be released as a new tributary if they include at least one planet. The vassalize literally says the exact same thing, except they replace the word tributary with vassal. So I don't know what the difference here is. Vassal will determine by your subject and war terms. I don't know. I'll have to Google it because I'm not 100% sure. Anyway, sorry to interrupt Joseph. Go continue what you're doing.
Okay, so the Imperium is like, because if the Covenant is forcing their advance north from the southernmost segmentum, they're having to deal with mostly cream of crop guard regiments homeworlds, which ranges from your nuclear death world like Krieg to literally like think the worst shit you can think of on Earth, put that on crack, turn it into a planet-sized Australia, and make it 1,000 times worse. That is Kachan.
I mean, does that planet have shielding?
It does not, and it does not need it because even the wildlife kills anything it does.
Well, it's all going to be turned into
Uh,
glass, baby.
No, get fucked. It's gonna get glassed, and then the Covenant's gonna move the fuck on to the next unshielded planet. Any planet that is not shielded, which I imagine is a vast majority of the Imperium worlds. Yeah, they're gonna kill the fleet in orbit and then glass the planet and then move the fuck on.
I don't know how the Imperium's going to deal with constant like planet. I know it's not their main planets, but it's going to be a big deal if they're just losing entire planets and they can't keep up travel wise.
Yeah, it's gonna be because then they're gonna be playing catch up constantly.
I mean, they could establish a defensive line from like Krieg, stretching towards like Ultramar, and then looping.
Not if they slip space past them.
Yeah, not if they slip space past them because they can just go around because it's space. You can go around any defensive line the Imperium could muster. You would just go around it.
And if you couldn't, they would have to be spread out so thin they would get destroyed.
That's actually so each like major sector. So there's like major sectors and like minor sectors. Each major sector there's like about roughly 1,000 in each row of sectors in each segmentum. Like there's like several row of sectors. It's kind of like grid sectors and like on like maps. And someone did the math. There's like fucking 3 trillion of just escorts and shit. Like anything smaller than a cruiser. There's like at least 3 trillion of those running around. I highly doubt the Covenant can deal with 3 trillion escort ships and a fuck ton of other capital ships and be able to produce ships at the rate that they'd be
Not all at
losing them.
once, but that's where the slip space, win the small battle, slip space out comes in.
And also, the Imperium of Man has never what is the largest fleet the Imperium has ever amassed? Because they don't have the resources or the time and ability to fuck. The amount of time it would take for them to amass trillions of ships is unfathomable. They can't do that.
Also, they couldn't even attack High Charity because High Charity has slip space.
No, High Charity would just fuck off and move.
I mean,
if it was found by anybody.
I mean, if they find High Charity, if let's like some damn like destroyer or something that happens to stumble across it during a patrol, I think the first thing that goes in the crew's mind is we can't kill it, so let's ram it and then they are warp drive because warp drives when they detonate, it's kind of
Yeah,
like
but
with the
that's where they slip space away.
then they would just fuck off and leave.
Yeah, but like the destroyers, they're like fucking cockroaches.
It doesn't
So-
matter if you can't get near someone.
Yeah, it's irrelevant. If you can't touch the enemy, you're not going to be able to wham the enemy.
Yeah, but like, how fast does it take for high charities the slip space course and stuff? Because depending on like how fast they can do that, I don't think it'd be able to, you know, get out of the way in time before the destroyer just
We
rams
see in
into its
Halo
spine.
2. We see in Halo 2 they can do it in like under 30 seconds.
When did
Yeah.
they warp in 30 seconds? Since I think because they exited slip space in like 10
They
in that one
they went
cutscene.
into slip space, which would be their safety net. In about 30 seconds, they just open up a portal and go in it.
What cutscene did they do that in? Because I don't remember High Charity going into slip space
It's
in
not High Charity,
cutscene.
it's a ship do it. We never see High Charity do it, but we know they can do it.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
High Charity would need a much higher power output to move it.
Which it has, because it's High Charity.
Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah, but it takes longer because it takes longer for a ship to do. The bigger the thing, the more power and more time you need to be able to get to accelerate the speeds you want it to do. Like Charity's case is probably going to take a few minutes, which it would not be able to have because the damn destroyer in question would just ram into it as fast as it
That's
could.
assuming the destroyer doesn't get destroyed by the fleets.
Yeah, I was gonna say Hycelia is very well protected by fleets.
I think the only
you would have to actually have like a substantial force of the Imperium to take on Hycelia and its fleet.
honestly, now that I think about it, the only way a ship is going to be able to get through High Charity's defenses, if it plays dead, the warships don't pay it any mind, so they go
Why?
and buy
They're not
other
retarded. They're not
vessels.
dumb. They're not gonna just leave this ship.
They have
Yeah.
scanners that are incredibly advanced. They have
But if
incredibly
the
advanced
ship's already
scanners.
damaged, I think they assume, oh, it's no longer a threat.
No,
No,
they would they would send they
not
would
with their
either
home world.
they would either send elites down to go check it out, or they would just say, "Ah, fuck it," and just blow it out and just fucking blow it up with ships. Which they would probably do the latter, given that it's the homeworld and that's fucking important structure to the Covenant. They're gonna just blow the ship out of the water
Mind
immediately.
you, the UNSC Gettysburg survived relatively intact after being hit, and the Covenant just didn't give a fuck. There was
Because they
still
weren't
operation.
near High Charity, their sacred homeworld.
Yes, but this is like what I was trying to say is like, so if High Charity comes into system after a battle, and all the ships are presumed to be already destroyed, and one decides to make a suicide run towards Charity.
Why would they? If it's capable of making suicide runs, it's not destroyed.
Yeah, they would if High Charity is going to enter a system, they're going to absolutely make sure. Hey, is every ship totally dead? Yeah, just double tap them just to be safe, and that's it. Done. There is not going to be this brave
Also,
last
mind
stand
you-
of whamming High Charity. That's not happening.
Also, mind you, the
Yeah. Also,
Inquisitor
yeah,
ships.
High Charity's not going to teleport into a battleground. If it was
would
found,
stay
it would just
frozen.
leave.
Yeah.
No, like after the battle, and one of the Imperium ships decides.
No, they're not retarded.
swing
They're not
left.
retarded. They're not retarded.
No. Also, the Covenant does have engineers which are capable of hacking.
Again,
so
if there was a battle near High Charity, they would leave.
yeah, they would just fuck off. And it's
but they immediately go to like Delta Halo when they found out it existed, even though there were most likely reports of the flood outbreaking?
Yeah, but there was no ships. And the flood
Yeah,
don't fly.
no. The flood have to take over shit in order to do that.
The Ironclad was still around, and it could have done the exact same thing fucking an Imperial warship could have done.
No. There was a fleet defending it.
Yeah.
You're coming up with a crazy amount of reasoning, which wouldn't make any sense for this to happen.
No, they would just kill. They would
Also,
just.
if
If
the
they just ignored these ships, which aren't that destroyed, and just let them get near us, they could totally suicide bomb it.
I mean, the reason why I'm using this logic is because the UNSC Gettysburg, while yes, some of her decks had been gutted, was still relatively intact. Her Mac gun, whilst completely out of ammo, was still
Was it right next?
usable.
Was it next to High Charity?
It was next to the flagship of the entire fleet.
Not the same thing.
Yeah, that's very different.
High Charity is literally their holy city.
Yeah, no, they are going to take
The most
zero
important thing
chances.
to them.
Yeah, they're going to take zero chances with that. They're going to kill every last. They're going to make sure every ship. If High Charity is entering a system, they're going to fucking triple check that every enemy ship is super dead.
The Covenant have retreated when they went to the Halo. Someone said in chat when the Covenant ever retreated, they retreated off of Earth. They will
Yeah,
retreat.
they retreated off of Earth. Yeah, they're not stupid. They don't. They'll leave if they need to. And
Again, I just
so
don't.
one
I
thing.
don't see the
So,
win con if their ships are comparable in combat, and one has vastly better space travel.
and
I
also
mean,
the Covenant.
armament wise, the Covenant is getting bitch slapped by the Imperial ships
Why?
because of tonnage, armament size, and the sheer amount of stuff the Imperium can throw away. Mind you, the box standard cruiser, the Retribution class, its guns are roughly the same size as a Punix. At least in terms of bore diameter or something, I would have to double check. But looking at Retribution, the Punic was the biggest ship prior to the Infinity, and could easily put the hurt on anything the Covenant can throw at it, and it could only take those down with numbers.
What is the biggest type? What is the biggest type of spaceship the Imperium of Man uses?
That would be the Gloriana class. So if we're talking in common use, I would say that'd be the Emperor, which is slightly smaller than the Gloriana,
All right.
but
How
still
how
quite big.
okay? How big are those?
Gloriana, original template, they vary because each was built specifically for the Primarch they were assigned to. Gloriana, the biggest I could find is the McCragg's down there was 30 something miles or kilometers. The Emperors typically go around 20-ish tops. And they're more up to a standard, unlike the Gloriana, since they are a fleet. Since they are meant for capital ship operations, they are meant to be standardized. The Glorianas were built to order. For example, McCragg's Honor, one of the biggest, she had extra suites for political stuff built into her. Well, say the the Conqueror had these things called Ursa claws attached to her bow, which quite literally allowed the ship to put another vessel behind it and cook the vessel alive, and or throw the vessel around like a toddler throwing around a toy.
Hmm.
it was quite literally done quite often with the Conqueror in particular. And the Ursa claws are actually, if I recall correctly, could be easily fitted to an Emperor. I would have to check. And they wouldn't need extensive refit. They would just need to have their torpedo tubes replaced with the Ursa claws.
Okay.
So
How common are the biggest ships of the Imperium?
on average, like roughly one in every I'd say 10 sectors would have like an emperor in it, of an emperor class in it. And by that logic, they would be pretty common, and way more common than their Covenant counterparts, the CSO and the CAS class,
How
because
big is an Emperor class?
they're 20 kilometers, and the CSO only is like 8 kilometers bigger than it.
Pretty sure there's Covenant ships way bigger than that.
No, like the CSO is the only confirmed vessel that we have a size for that is bigger than the Emperor, but still smaller than McCragg's Honor.
Yeah, because I'm looking at the.
They're roughly-
I'm double checking how big the CSO class super carrier is. It is roughly like nearly 18 miles in length.
I'll stay out of it because it isn't my debate, but I just want to throw that in.
Yeah, like the CSO, and they are exceedingly rare. Like we only know of like Long Knife Solace and a few others. While the Emperors, while yes, they take a long time to build, they are quite common in comparison.
I still don't think it matters because the reason why it doesn't really matter is because being able to be faster than the enemy can respond is such an unfathomable advantage. At that point, it doesn't really matter that they have ships that yes are big and very powerful and more common. If those ships, by the time they respond, yeah, we've already lost the entire system. They glassed every planet.
Doug, I just saw your message.
What?
You better fucking not.
Galantine.
Yeah, he said, this is a warning, Rouga. A 50 will be on its way for you to put Skeleton in a video. I really don't want
I
to.
can't wait.
I don't want to.
I can't wait.
Please don't.
Is that like a... What the fuck, Skeleton?
I think with my...
Skeleton is the son of Skeletor, and I hate his fucking name. It's awful.
I can't wait to see him in a video.
I thought that was a check for a second because of the teen.
No.
Holy God, that took forever to unmute. Yep, yeah, no. I was trying to think of a character that'd be worth 50, and then that's the only one I could think.
It's the only one. No one else.
I know you know that character, and it will be pretty entertaining to make you talk about him, so I think that'd be worth the 50.
Make me. Wonderful.
Yep, I agree.
I don't want to do that, though. It would be preferable
Yes, you do.
I gotta...
if I did not do that.
And again, in
my
a,
honest opinion,
Mhm.
Go ahead.
I think in a war of attrition, again, it's going to take a very long time. But the fact is, the Covenant is motivated by religious, what would I call this? Religious, fanaticism. That's what I use. Fervor, yeah. And so in that instance, yeah, it might take them, I don't know, several hundred years. Shit, you know what? I'll agree with you. It might take them 1,000 years to beat the Imperium. They're still going to do it.
And this is if Chaos, the Necrons, the Tyranids, the Tau, and all the other factions that sit on their ass the entire time.
They're not involved in this debate, though, so it wouldn't be
Yeah, they're not
relevant.
involved in this debate.
Yeah, but
They're not involved.
if
if I
Covenant inevitably takes over the Imperium, they're going to have to deal with all those other factions, and they're not going to be able to.
No, they're not.
The
They're going
Tau-
to leave. They're going to be like, we don't want any part of this. We just want to wipe these people out.
Yeah, we killed humanity. That's fine. Do you guys want to join the Covenant
In
now?
Halo, in In Halo,
The
they
Necrons
didn't
would
take
go,
over
no,
planets. They just glassed them and left.
Yeah, they just glass. Yeah, the only planets they don't glass are ones with artifacts. As far as I know, every other planet that doesn't have artifacts on it, they just glass and then fuck off.
Harvest. The, the UNSC managed to force a military campaign there
Hmm.
because,
I had forgotten about
if,
Harvest, if I'm being honest.
and that took 5 years. 5 years. And it was bloody as hell for both sides.
Why was the Covenant? Why did the Covenant do a? Why did they do a campaign in Harvest? Why were they forced to do that?
Okay, initially they did Last Harvest and they dealt with the UNSC task force initially sent after them, but they decided to, but they underestimating humanity here, which they have, which is kind of a common thing for them. They they underestimated them and kind of blundered their way into a massive campaign. What was actually multiple campaigns fought over those years, but still was a massive blunder nonetheless. It's sort of like blunder on the Covenant part, and also they assumed initially that it was their homeworld, so they like, oh, that's probably humanity's homeworld. Let's just go wipe them out. So when humanity came up with like most of its existing fleet and 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 started fighting the Covenant at Harvest, they were like, okay, guess we have to fight them now. But after Harvest, it was a downhill battle from there. Like, yeah, you had your occasional Sigma Task 4 type battles where like the UNSC would edge out a win. Those were few and far between. And that's against a numerically inferior foe. Against someone with numerical advantage and, in my opinion, a local advantage because at least most sectors have at least one or two hive worlds which have a dummy amount of people on them to throw the problem. The
Aren't,
Covenant.
aren't most people in Hive cities like civilians?
Yeah,
A
but
massive.
but they could be turned to militias, like, for example, in Armageddon, when most of Armageddon's regiments were destroyed because of Hermann von Schrupp's incompetence. The guard units were forcing um civilians in the frontline roles, which they were not trained for, and honestly gave a quite good showing of themselves, all things considered, since the ones drafted at Hades and House Reach gave the orcs so much trouble that they never managed to get beyond those two cities proper.
I think any kind of militia that civilians would muster is going to get absolutely butchered. Just that's not even a contest.
If they manage to consolidate, no, and they have a good commander, they are not getting butchered. It all depends on the commander in charge, the terrain of the planet, how much the company is already overgrown on at this point, and whatnot. Because with going back to Armageddon here, Von Straub had thrown away most of the guard regiments very early on, and most of the civilians had already evacuated to Hades and Hell's Reach, and were also busy evacuating towards planets further east. Hive cities, I mean, not planets.
Oh, okay.
So they were busy. So militias were able to rapidly consolidate under Yorick and Grimaldus at Hades and Hell's Reach respectively. And while yes, they were extremely tired by the time the Dark Angel, not Blood Angels showed up, they were still combat capable, though they were running low on supplies because again, Von Straub is a fucking idiot. Like, literally, there is no fucking words for how stupid Von Straub is.
Would you say that he is is he like notably stupid or
Notably.
okay, so my question is he like the average in terms of competence, in terms of like a what is his rank again?
He's a
Is he like
governor.
he's a governor? Okay. Is that the average intelligence of a governor in the Imperium?
No, actually, so governors, while yes, can be incompetent, they are not as incompetent as von Straub. Like your average, and typically when an invasion happens, they're usually overruled by the ranking guard officer, which in Armageddon's case would have been Yarick. The guard overall, if we're talking about the most numerous regiments, is pretty damn competent.
Okay.
It's the planetary governors, how they react, that kind of throws everything into the air.
Yeah.
Because you got your Von Straubs or your Zaphins out there, which will just fucking screw everything up for everyone else. Then you got your whoever was the original governor of Cadia before everyone got killed by that one traitor regiment, and Creed became the de facto commander.
Okay. I definitely think if they get bogged down in a campaign, they could always just say, fuck it, and just glass some of the planet like they did in Halo 2 to Earth. They could just do that. That's not really a problem.
Yeah, but they wouldn't be able to fully glass a hive city because those things are so stupidly big and so dug in, like they go so far down that they would not be able to properly glass it. While yes, they'd be able to destroy the upper levels, they're not glassing the lower ones.
I will give in some credit to Warhammer since I threw in some for Covenant. The many worlds of the Imperium can be incredibly hostile to make it to where a glass planet is probably not more harsh than what some of those civilians are used to. And being underground would be probably a decent short-term solution to a glassing.
Yeah, but eventually they're going to run out of supplies and die. And the
Actually, many hive worlds are self-sufficient. In terms of like ammunition and stuff, it's more iffy when it comes to water and food.
Okay. I do think, well, at that point, they're still fucked because they're still trapped on the planet. They have no way to leave.
Yeah. So ultimately, in my honest opinion, the Covenants eventually you're going to, like, you're overrun it's like a 50-50 chance whether they overrun the Imperium entirely or they just decide to go do something else. Because the amount of lives and material thrown at the problem is just becoming too great, and these people have no inclination of messing with their so-called journey, so they have no real motivation besides the fact that they're reclaimers to really kill them. Like, the Imperium does not fuck with like ancient tech because they don't want to accidentally open a wormhole to hell. So if they find a Halo ring, for example, the Imperium's just going to go, well, that exists, and just leave it alone.
Yeah, that's also a problem of the Imperium doesn't invent. It's literally banned. And it's like once they lose a certain kind of Titan or they lose a certain kind of tank and they don't have, because they're going to lose lots of planets and they're going to use fuck, what are those things called again? They have fucking SCC, thank you. Yeah, once they lose those, and they're definitely going to at certain points, the Imperium it's gonna snowball. It's going to snowball really badly.
I'm sorry.
'Cause
Did you
all
say
of-
they have
More-
STDs?
STCs.
Ah, okay.
Standard template construct, or whatever the hell the acronym stands for. Also,
Yeah.
I'm calling this debate here because I have to go to bed. But yeah, it's 50-50 whether or not the Covenant actually overrun the Imperium or whether or not they get bored.
Nah,
The
then
Imperium is not edging out a proper win.
I definitely, well, the idea that the Covenant is going to get bored is just a big no. Like they're motivated by religious fervor. They spent almost 30 years killing humanity. They're gonna do the same
Yeah, but-
thing to the Imperium. It'll just take longer, which is fine
Yeah,
because
but
they're
it'll
not
take
not gonna.
so much lives and material that
Well-
even the religious fervor of the Covenant is not going to be able to do it. Like, they'll just go-
I disagree with that.
So if the one guy has to go to bed, we could put this to a vote since you guys haven't came to an agreement yet.
Yeah, it's fine.
Oh, we'll just take over the fucking stream, why don't you, Doug? Sure, why not?
Damn.
Kidding.
Doug, take
Alright,
over the
I mean, we don't have that many people actually in here, so what was the debate? It was Covenant.
The Covenant versus the Imperium of Man.
Ooh. Shit.
I feel like other people have had that discussion before, but this was actually coherent.
Imperium of Man. And Lizzie had Covenant, and Imperium of Man was Spartan.
This is
How
very.
do you guys think I actually did with this debate?
Squeaky versus Deep. Those were
What?
those are the two. It's like there's like two opposite sides of the spectrum.
I think you
here.
did okay.
He's lying.
What about you, Rouga? How do you think I did?
Fucking terrible. No, I don't know. I wasn't listening.
Damn.
Yeah, I know.
Doug, how do you think? Doug, how do you think he did?
How do I think he did?
Yeah.
Did all right. I mean, I don't know how much
He
knows
missed
about.
a lot of it. He wasn't here for a large portion of that.
Yeah, I can only really have the end of that debate to go off of.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'd love to do this on like another time if like you guys ever need me for debate. I'll be open.
Yeah.
See you guys. Have a good night.
Toodles. All right, hold up. We're about to do some more shit. Just give me 1 second. I have very important things to do. I'm about to go to fucking war with 3 different nations at the same time. Not nations, galactic empires in Stellaris.
Get 'em.
So I'm
I
preparing.
mean, those are nations. They're just nations in space.
They're nations in space. Can you be a
nations in
nation in space? Like, can you be a
nation
multi-planetary
in space.
nation? Well, they're called in the game. They're called empires. They're not called nations. So
Well, yeah, but that's because they're all empires. That's
They're-
different.
They're empires, man. They're empires. I have a giant galactic empire. I am surrounded by other empires that fucking hate me, and 2 of them have defensive contracts with each other. So if I attack one, the other one has to get involved. So I'm about to have a 2-way war. One at the southern part of my empire, and one at the northern part of my empire. So it's about to get real.
Dude.
But I have prepared. I have a massive fucking military waiting for that. Like, I have been building this shit up tremendously. It's gonna be great.
Oh, yeah. How big is it, Rouga?
How big is the military? Okay, so it is one of them. Now I'm not that far into this. I just started this game, well, like a little before the stream started, but a few hours ago. But yeah, let me see. I have one of mine has 5.6 thousand attack power. One has 5.4 thousand attack power. I have 2 different space fortresses, both of which have over 7,000 attack power. That are at choke points. It's their only way that they can come in, is that they have to go through that. They have a massive fucking military just waiting for them. If they try to get in on either side. And yeah, I'm about to go. And I intend on making both of them vassals. And I actually did look it up. So a vassal means that they can no longer wage war. They can no longer spread or explore or leave their own territory. They're stuck there. They can build up within that territory, but they can't try to expand anymore. And if I go to war, they are required to assist me in war. What was the other one? Tributary. A tributary is a little different. They're still their own nation. They could still go and wage war with other people. They could still expand their borders, but they have to pay me 25% of everything that they get. So I'm probably going to turn them into a vassal because I don't want them spreading anymore. I want to stop them, and I want to be able to go to war with people and have little fucking assholes to assist me during wars. I think that would be a lot of fun. Also, I think that if I give them the option to like spread out and wage war with other people and gain power that way, they will eventually become powerful enough to be able to rise up, and I don't want them to do that. So I'm going to turn them into vassals. Keep them under my heel. And in case you haven't realized, I am an evil empire. I'm an evil empire in this game. I am.
Evil empire? No, really? No.
Yes, I'm called the Flesh Wardens. That's the name of my evil. That's the name of my evil empire. And
Flesh Wardens.
Yeah. No, they're Flesh Wardens. They're great.
Does that mean you commit eugenics?
Huh?
Do they commit sci-fi eugenics?
I can. I have cloning technology already. Well, my population goes up pretty quickly because I have a lot of stuff that increases it. But one of the things I unlocked is cloning technology.
Oh, base.
Dude, it really sounds like you're playing a sci-fi version of a game I've been playing, Mountain Blade, which has a bunch of interactions with factions and whatnot. Almost the same.
Have you ever seen Crusader Kings or played Crusader Kings?
No, I haven't heard of it.
It's more like that. I mean, it's not like StarCraft. Like it's more like you have you have like a massive world map. You don't see your army for the most part. You can see your ships flying through space and fighting people, but for the most part, you just see like the galactic map, and the whole game is you like traveling, running into all different kinds of stuff out in space, spreading out your territory, building up your planets and your world, unlocking new technologies. You start off at the very beginning of the game. You start off as a planet that just got into space. Like we just figured out how to get into space and travel. And then from that point on, you just have to evolve and become bigger and bigger. But you also have like 15 other factions that are all doing the same thing. And if you want to become like a warmongering asshole that takes over the entire galaxy, you could do that. But if you want to be like kind of like the Star Trek's Federation, where you're making deals with people and doing trading and stuff like that, you could do that. It's just whatever you want to do. But it's in the guise of like it's kind of like a more complicated Civ. If you ever play Civ, it's kind of like a more complicated Civ that takes itself a little more seriously. And yeah, I have several billion people across my yeah. I think this number up in the corner is in the billions because my population is 108. I think each one is a billion. I have several planets. Yeah, I have several planets. I have many planets across my empire right now. And if I zoom out, I probably have like a solid one. I don't know, was this like 1/15 of the entire galaxy? It's a large portion of the galaxy. Damn. I have many planets under my control, but it's pretty cool.
You did a lot better this time. That's good.
Well, the first time I didn't. Well, the first time I wasn't sure exactly what was like. It was literally my first time ever. And yeah, no, I was talking to Lizzie earlier today, and I was talking about how I was building up my empire and stuff. And then like very shortly after I started, the first other empire I ran into was basically exactly like me. It was a warmongering asshole, and he waged war with me almost immediately. And I was like, and then he started attacking me with like a military force that was far beyond anything that I had. Like my most powerful fleet had an attack power of like 1.2 thousand. This dude had an attack power of over 3,000, but he had like 8 different fleets that were like that. And I was like, what the fuck? And because I didn't even like build up my fleet yet. I was still like, exploring things and building up my content. He was the first dude I met, so I didn't even think about going to war with anybody at the time. But this time I prepared. I made choke points. I have several militaries at different points. I'm on it, dude. I'm about to wreck these guys' shit. It's gonna be amazing. Now, to be fair, I don't actually know how powerful their militaries are, so I could I'm about to start the war, and if I start the war, it's very possible that they are going to wreck my shit. But
They show up in their ship and their fleets of like 12,000 attack.
Yeah, like they might be totally beyond me. I've seen a couple of them because they will occasionally like fly their ships like right up to the edge, and I've seen their fleets and the strength of their fleets. It's only like it's only like 2,000 or something. I'm more than double what I've seen any of them have. So I should be good. Hopefully, that's the hope, is that I should be good. But we shall see. Anyway, sorry about that. Does anyone have another debate, or am I done with this shit?
I mean, Lizzie and I have a debate.
What's the debate?
We do?
Yeah.
What's the debate?
Remember?
What is?
It was Stick Wars and Lord of the Rings.
Oh.
Yeah, you told me earlier, Izzy.
Oh yeah. Oh, sorry, that's you. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I'm an idiot.
Indeed, it's me.
Awful.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Awful. Okay, but just to be clear, do we have any other debates, or is this it? Is this the last one of the night? Because if no one else has any debates, then I guess we'll just do this one and end it there, I suppose.
Okay, well, this might be the last debate. I don't see any other one else saying they wanna.
Yeah, if there's like a 15-second delay or something when you say shit.
Dang.
Yeah, I mean, I'm honestly okay with it ending because I have made $10 since this started. This is really going on. Yeah, you were the only $10.
Fuck.
Yeah, no, I should have ended this after the first hour. But the only reason why I'm kind of letting it go is because I'm enjoying playing my game and it's not really hurting me with this running. But yeah, I was no, under normal circumstances I would have ended it. The only other debate is the rerun of the worst universe debate. But that's for another day. Do y'all know what he's talking about?
Oh yeah, people.
The worst universe to live in.
Yeah, the worst universe to live in. They put a poll up and it was funny because Minecraft won the poll.
Funny.
Yeah, it's very funny.
Kayub is telling you, Doug, to give me $50 so that I'll put Skeleton in a video.
Someone else can do it. I mean, I don't have to be the one. We could all throw in like 10 people can throw in 5.
Everyone can come together to have me put Skeleton in a video. I am perfectly okay if that doesn't happen. Just to be clear,
if you get like $1,000 because a bunch of fucking people all just donated money to put them in here.
Very okay with not having to put Skeleton anywhere.
Rouga, then you make money. Isn't that worth it? But you'll make money. Isn't that worth putting Skeleton in a video?
No.
Come on.
Put him in a video and you get $1 for every time you say his name in that video.
Yeah, say his name like a shit ton of times.
Y'all have fun with that. I'm okay either way. It's fine. Anyway,
he fucking hates this character. It's amazing.
I hate his. He's the son of a character that's cool. Like, who gives a fuck?
Yeah, I don't know why they don't name him like the son of Skeletor and just call it good.
Because that's not a name. That's just what he is.
Well, they could call him anything else besides Skeleton.
Doug is the son of George. I don't know. It's like that's not a name. It's like just fucking. Yeah, that's not Doug's dad's name. I don't think. I don't know his dad's name. No, it was just a.
He's not George.
Wouldn't that have been crazy if that was like, holy shit, how'd you know my dad's name? But like, dude, it was a total guess. Let me see. We fly in a helicopter and kidnap Rouga and force him to make this skeleton video. I'm good. Anyway, does anyone want to assist these two and make this a 2v2?
Please, somebody help me with Lord of the Rings.
It's Lord of the Rings and what? God. What was the other one?
Stick Wars.
Stickman Wars.
Jesus.
Legacy.
I'll be honest, that sounds fucking stupid.
It sounds stupid, huh? Well, wait till you hear the lore of Stick Wars. It's kind of interesting. I don't know.
Also sounds stupid?
I don't know. It's treated like actual people. It's just in the format of Stickman. It's got an actual story and everything. Just check it.
Interesting.
Yeah,
I'm
there's a lot
glad.
more to it.
Hmm.
Ow! Fuck.
Lip. Hopefully somebody wants to join me because I'm no talking expert. I know the very basics, and that's about it.
Give it a second. Give it a second. Let me see. Enter orbit. Set news home. Enter orbit.
It would be nice.
And now I'm gonna go here. And then you're gonna go here. Enter orbit. There we go. Go enter the orbit. It is one really cool. So like, I built like a shit ton of defensive structures around my my stuff. So like if you zoom in,
Death Star?
it's not a Death Star. It's well, you can create giant star bases, and then you can upgrade said star bases, and eventually they become star fortresses. And I think eventually they could. I do believe eventually they're like planet destroying bases. But as of right now, it's just a star. I'm about to unlock the ability to make a star fortress, but right now I think it's just a star base. Or a star, whatever comes before star or fortress, I don't remember. But you make one, and then you can make a bunch of these like defensive, stationary like ships that don't move; they just stay and protect it. And I made a ridiculous number. And if you can like go into the planetary map and zoom in super close in, and you could just see my one fucking star base with like 40 ships surrounding it that are just like all prepared. Just like it's great. It's great. You don't understand. It's awesome. It's great. I've been preparing for this war. I really do feel like I'm about to get ass fucked because if I go to you can go to what is it, contacts? No, not contacts. Where the fuck do I go? There's this one place you go, and it tells you, like, how situation. Yeah, okay. And then, I think it's situation. Yes, and then you can go to diplomacy. No, shit, it's not situation. Where the fuck? Where is it? This is irritating. Yes, it's situation. Okay. You can go to situation, and then you can go over to victory, and it will tell you, like, what your score is compared to the score of everybody else in the galaxy, and you could, and like your score, like and my score is significantly lower than the other guys I'm about to go to war with. My score is 2,900, and then the two guys I'm about to go to war with is 3,500 and 3,700. So I think they're about to whop me. I'm just hoping that my score was more pushed towards military might than theirs, and like I'll get lucky if that's the case. Well, I don't know. We'll see.
I start off slow. You can work your way up with good tactics.
It says here that I'm in I can't see every single person. I can only see people who I've run into, and I'm in 17th place. I know that, and I've run into 4 other factions, 4 other empires. One of them's below me at 19th place. 2 of them are above me. One of them is in 3rd place, and he has a score of 50,000. My score's 2,000. He has a score of 50,000. I don't know what the fuck he's doing. But I would like to get that good, because I don't know how he got that ridiculously overpowered. Because yeah, I don't know. I don't know if my military is going to be able to compete with that. I guess
some people's brains can just look at games like that and just fucking work the ins and out of it like nothing.
Well, I would also assume some people's brains have played this game more than twice. This is literally my 2nd time playing.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
So give me a bit. I'll get there. Anyway, now did anyone ever come in and say that they're gonna do it?
No, everyone just...
Nope. All right.
I'm wondering if what's his name is gonna do it. Fallen, whatever that was Discord name. Yeah.
Who?
He says he knows the games about Shadow of Mordor or what the fuck it's called.
Is that what you're using? Are you using Shadow of Mordor?
Well, those games are considered canon to Lord of the Rings.
No, they're not. No, they're not.
Oh, they're not considered canon? Oh.
No, hell no.
They're not canon, but they're easier to work with. It is easier to work.
They're not canon. They change a lot. They're not even.
Oh,
they don't even attempt. They don't even attempt.
Like Celebrimbor dies permanently in the official Lord of the Rings lore.
Yeah, like why? Like if you know the game better, just use the game. Have you ever even read Lord of the Rings?
No, because I've barely played the game.
Have you read the Lord of the Rings?
No.
Well, then what the? Why are you even trying to debate Lord of the Rings if you haven't read it?
I've watched the movies and I've read The Hobbit.
So are you using the movies?
You read The Hobbit? That would be useful, actually.
Yeah, I've read The Hobbit.
Yeah, but are you going to use the movies?
Yeah, it's been a while since I watched them, but I know the basics, like the basic army and
Okay,
shit.
just all right. Well, so you're using yeah, because I mean you
Okay.
can't use the books if you don't know anything about them if you haven't read them.
Yeah, and I was trying to research earlier about numbers and shit, and it was like, very
It's not
inconsistent.
clarified.
Yeah,
It's
it's
not
pretty
I
not.
think numbers. I think numbers is a moot point in this discussion because it's just based off of like nation. They both series like determine nations for all their different factions, and they don't actually give numbers.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I do know that because I was talking to people earlier on Discord, and it is said that they have, in terms of like the War of the Wing, Sauron does have hundreds of thousands of orcs.
Yeah.
He also,
Yeah.
he also does have those massive as fuck elephant things, the
Mumakil.
Mumakil. He does have those. He has the Urukai. Oh, he
Okay,
does have
yeah.
he has the wing wraith, which are basically completely immune to conventional weapons.
That'll be
The
fun.
Nazgul. Yeah, the Nazgul.
Okay. So
and Sauron himself, the only they attempted, the only way that he was killed at one point was he was a lesser like angel sank a bunch of islands and he died. So there's that.
he had the ring cut off his. Okay, so so for counter to that, Stick Wars. So the Stick Wars Order Empire, which is the faction we're going off, the three separate factions that exist in the series. And just to explain the characters, there's 5 main units that all the other units originate from in the different games, and every single one of these units will take the skill department because every single one of them are a separate nation which eventually religiously devote themselves to a way of combat or warfare. So these guys live, breathe, eat, and shit, and their whole social status and everything is based on how well they perform in a method of combat. And you have the Sword Wraths, the Archdeons, Spiritans, Magi Kill, and the Giants as like the 5 main guys. And when it comes down to magical prowess, it's a lot more straightforward with what the Magic Hell can do. They can create fire explosions, and they summon minions to fight for them, up to 6 dudes at a time. Is the most we ever seen in the entire series. And there are different variety of spells and abilities that are used in the later games, which the games themselves don't use a lot of units because it's either a flash game or an app game, so they can't put a lot of units into it. But the lore explains a lot of these as whole army targeting spells where they summon either meteor showers, have thunderstorms where lightning bolts will strike units, or have a blizzard that will start freezing units and make them slow and more vulnerable. Some of them can affect their own guys, so it's not like they can just pop these whenever. They got to be strategic about it or they'll hurt themselves. But I do want to say with the Giants, we got to put some emphasis on how strong these guys are. For almost every single one of them, except for the enslaved ones, but all of them have 2 weapons. One, a gigantic metal club, which is impressive for strength, but their second weapon is a whole other ass giant that's dead. Every single one of them drag another dead giant, and they'll swing this whole giant all the way over their head onto the ground, which is just an insane amount of strength that each of them just carry. So they should be able to match some of these bigger beasts like the Mumakil. All right. And they are usually used as living siege machines, which use very powerful strikes that send enemies flying, which would actually give the Nazgul a hard time, especially since they have enslaved variants, which have massive boulders that they throw like catapults.
Okay. Oh, I do know. I do know that Sauron also has trolls under his command as well.
Yes.
which are very
That's true.
powerful.
Most of them are limited by having to fight at nighttime, though. Like there are
Yeah,
daytime
it's like
trolls that he can use,
yeah.
but not all of them.
Yeah, they are very much so limited by the fact that they can only fight at night.
What we should also bring up is that the Order Empire has their various armors that they can give their units in from Sick Wars Legacies, which add quite a variety of magical abilities. They have ice armor, which will slow down their enemies, fire armor, which burns them. It doesn't light them on fire, but it burns them. They have plant armor, which is just cheaper. It's efficient. It's just as good as steel and whatnot, but it's all it does is help them like give you arm units quicker. But they also have vampiric armor, which allows them to heal and be immune to poison. Electric armor, which allows them to electrocute dudes, which is an ability I don't think we actually see much from Lord of the Rings. Getting electrocuted is a very new thing for them to deal with. So I think that's a big advantage that they're going to have. And healing is something that they have a variety of options against Sauron, because not only do they have the armor that I mentioned, they do eventually acquire the ability to just give every unit life leech in later games. And there is the Merrick unit that exists, which is a Magi Kill secondary, which all she does is heal units, and they also have the ability to cover themselves in a bubble which blocks range attacks from hitting them. Of course, you can actually kill them with melee attacks. So they will be able to really replenish their units throughout the battle.
I do think they would do decently against normal orcs. I think when it comes to Uruk-hai, because if we look at the movie, it is clearly shown that the people in that movie are like they're superhumans. Like a standard stickman guy is gonna get instantaneously killed by an orc, much less an Uruk-hai who's probably gonna kill tons and tons of stickman guys really easily.
So you do got a point that the Uruk-hai are very strong, but I wouldn't say that the Uruk-hai and the orcs are as strong as most media would interpret them as, like in comparison. But also, you might be right for the Sword Wrath, so they might be much weaker, but they do have a trait for being very good against heavily armored opponents and large beasts, which don't make sense because they have swords, which is a finesse weapon, but that is just a characteristic of them in the games. They're good against heavily armored and heavy units. So they might be able to help out with strength, but that doesn't matter as much for the Spiritans, because these guys are based off the Spartan hoplites from the 300. And these guys are a lot better than them because, unlike the hoplites from Sparta, they can actually fight as individuals. There's a clip from the second game of just a regular Spiritan, like just absolutely decimating 3 dudes, throwing around a massive brass shield like it's nothing, with immense strength. And they have an equal opponent known as the Juggernauts. These are giant skeleton dudes. In the second game, they have some ridiculous strength because they have an execution animation where they take their axe, because they have a big axe in one hand and a big shield in the other hand, and they have an execution where they'll embed it in some dude's head and it gets stuck. And so what the dude does is he lifts the whole body up over his head with it on the axe and like flicks the axe so the body flies off of it, like the whole body with ease. And that's supposed to be a normal man. I know these are stick figures, but the story itself is treated as men. There's a whole story of all the nations religiously devoted to their methods of war were going to end up in war, so the Order Empire started a rebellion to like create a united nation to prevent just endless wars, to prevent them from destroying each other. But throughout the games, they've had constant rebellions because the king is a bit of a selfish prick. And in the very last game, we see that his brother is going to start a rebellion against him himself, which might actually come out in the current game, which isn't important, but yeah, it's a lot of things like that to consider. But
Okay.
the Spiritans have quite a bit of strength, which I think will be able to match the Uruk-hai, especially since these Juggernauts not only fling a whole human body, but they also have the characteristic of charging through units like barreling through whole ranks of dudes without stopping and knocking them on their ass. But the thing is, in the game, heavy units stop them. The Spiritans are the only human dudes in armor with weapons that are considered a heavy unit from the Order Empire. The other heavy units are giants and these giant bird monsters. The Spiritans are the only human dudes that are heavy, so these are strong dudes, and these are tough dudes. And given their unique armors that they have, they're going to be quite the challenge for Urukai as individual soldiers. Because even though they're good as individuals, they're still based off the hoplites, which are amazing, uh, like amazing battalion soldiers.
Okay. Now, are these spear guys good at fighting? Like, do they take extra damage from, say, like archers? Because they do have crossbows.
So the crossbows would definitely help out with your lighter guys and your magi kills. But I would say that they would struggle against the Archideons and their secondaries, the Albatross. The Albatross are these dudes with wings. They're in the earlier games, not in the current games and the apps. But for some reason, they're in the artwork. For some reason, it's weird. But they have an elbow on their shoulder, and they can shoot a normal crossbow or shoot a stick of dynamite on an arrow as like a secondary. But also, the Archideons are such dedicated archers and are very skilled users of it that they would probably be able to out-arch multiple Urukai the same way elves do.
Oh, I also forgot about this. They also do have someone does also have wargs under his command as well, and goblins and whatnot.
That'll be a good challenge. The wargs definitely be tough. They do have the Rip Tours is what they're called in the Stick War Saga. They're one of the newer units. These are these massive bird-like dudes and bird-like beast with a rider on top, and the rider has like this double-bladed sword that they spin, which knocks over enemies. I don't I don't know what the heck the warg is based off of. Maybe a hyena and is what we could base it off of, and we're taking a giant hyena and a gigantic bird. I would say that this bird has a good chance because I'm pretty sure an ostrich could fuck up a single hyena. Hyenas usually work in packs, which wargs do work in packs, but these Riptor dudes also work in groups and have intelligent riders. So I think they'll even out the playing field with the cavalry there, especially the
Yeah.
giants. Giants are fucking nuts.
Now they do also have siege engines as well, and they have big ass ballista, which would be
You
pretty
have
effective, say, against giants and like defensive positions and things like that.
for sure. You
Oh,
got that
and
advantage in
explosives.
space.
Oh, and
Say that again.
explosives. And they also have explosives that they use at Helm's Deep.
So explosives are a good topic to bring up. But first, the siege equipment you have is a big advantage against the Stick Empire because the giants are their form of siege equipment. So they only have the two giants variants, the one that throws stones and the one that fights up close for siege equipment. So yeah, you're gonna have that advantage. I guess the Magi Kill will be a good counter to him, and you also have the Shadow Wrath. That is the secondary of the Sword Wrath. These guys are just ninjas. In the first game, in the first appearance, in the second game, they can go invisible, but in the first game, they become this third game, they are more skirmishing, quick style units. So they're shown as being very stealthy and very fast-paced units on the battlefield. So they would probably be able to sneak up and kill all the siege users if they're ever too big of an issue. I think that's a viable response. But there's also explosions. The different units survive the Magi Kill explosions. Like a couple of they literally set them on fire. It's not like a blaze. Like it's maybe small burns, but it still does burn damage. And it takes a couple explosions for for the weakest units for them to die. And even the giants, when they slam their mallets on the ground, it sends them flying through the air. And sometimes when they die, they'll literally go straight up off the screen all the way up into the sky. Now that's a death animation, but that just still shows the amount of power that's put behind these things that some of them are surviving. Now some of this can be health bars, But the fact is that the Order Empire does eventually take on the boss, which is known as the lunar eclipse. It's this massive cyclops that is so big that all of the giants don't even come past its ankle. And it has like a laser that it can blast. It can cause units to move backwards, and it can stomp its foot and create this massive split in the ground and send units flying and creating explosions. Some bigger giants in the Order Empire can also do like a smaller version of that. But his was intense, and they managed to kill him as an army, of course. But that's still an impressive feat for an army like this to be able to pull off to kill something so big.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive. I do think when it comes to say killing Sauron, they're gonna have a really tough time because him by himself is an army killing threat. He wipes out scores and scores of guys on his own when he swings his sword easily. If not more than that,
Yeah.
actually. Now that I think about it, he kills hundreds of guys from a single swing of his sword. That's
He
going to be really devastating.
He is a beast, so this is where I get to bring out the Stick Wars heroes, which are in the newest game. And for the Order Empire, there are 4 to mention. Half of the heroes are of the Rebel Empires that don't belong to them, but of the 4 that do belong to them, you have Atreus the Spiritan, who is a pretty tough dude. He is shown like whenever he goes down, he'll come. They all come back. They never die permanently in the game. He comes back with triple the health after so many times. Like he gets more and more health after coming back with over triple the health. He's a very tanky individual who eventually is capable of holding off a whole battalion by himself. And he even has one of those Riptor uh beast. I think it's Riptors. I don't know if it's the right name, but he can call one of them to literally just come in and fight alongside him for a short period of time. So that's something to help. There's also the Sword Wrath Xeros. He has this ability to leap into the air and literally drop multiple dudes on their ass and even kill some light units. He also was able to take on this very power. He was also able to become the leader of the Sword Wraths, specifically in lore stated by being able to overpower the leader in like trial of combat to become leader. He won because he got blessed by the gods to win that and overpower him. And this rebel was able to acquire fiery power and wield it and not die from it because that's from the thing. He's got scars from trying to wield it, and it allows him to literally fly through the air and crash into the ground and send dudes flying, killing multiple of them. And yet still Xiphos is capable of equaling him in combat, showing how powerful that these heroes can be. And then there's their sister. They're all siblings. They have 2. Their first sister is an archer who cooperates with who's very agile and quick. I wouldn't say she's like Legolas for how crazy he can be in the stories, but she's basically like that. She's very quick, agile, and can summon a volley of arrows whenever she needs to from her allies, and is just really good support. And nope, I mistook one of other ability for someone else. But the 4th sibling is the one who's going to be the big deal. She herself is a Marakai who can actually summon a massive shield who protect the whole army. It's only shown in the story, but she still has it. Her healing is more effective, and she can cast a ward to heal the whole army at itself. Like in the game, it's only dozens of units because it's a flash game and an app, but literally the whole army that you have can get healed by her all at once. Whether or not it's at full health, depending on, game mechanics. But in the story, she also has a couple other abilities. It's a bit nuts. She can literally read your mind and like get into there and mess with it. Other sorcerers have also been able to literally do things like transmute stuff, cause beer to literally appear, and I'm pretty sure they're responsible for all the magical items you can purchase in the game and responsible for the army spells that they can use. So the magical ability, but her final ability, which is a big deal, is that she can actually activate that bubble for herself, fly into the air with angel wings, and anyone who dies, she revives, brings them back to life.
Mm.
So these heroes have what it takes to take on Sauron because they're each capable of taking on. I mean, in the game, it's the whole armies. I would say it's more fair to say whole battalions, but it's still with this amount. But they still have whole abilities that knock down their entire army. Enough strength to say they have to take on battalions. These dudes all together would be the heroes to take down a character like Sauron because he doesn't need to have the ring cut off, and they do need to take it and destroy it.
Yeah, they would have to get. And also, are these heroes incorruptible? Are they immune to influence? Because if not, even if they, let's say hypothetically, right, which is very difficult to do, they cut off the wing and they take it, that wing is going to influence them and turn them eventually.
It's
We
gonna
only know.
definitely mess with them. But it's questionable because the characters themselves are shown as being very pure and very focused on mainly trying to do good by their father, which is who is an asshole, by the way. He can also show up on the battlefield and bring in golden speartons. Those guys are discussion, but hold that for a moment. In terms of this ring, it would definitely mess with the king. It might mess with Atreus. But Xiphos himself was blessed by gods to be able to overcome a threat. That's a similar type of thing. That's kind of the situation that beat Sauron because Gandalf was a Mire sent by the angelic beings to overcome the threat in Mordor. So I'm pretty sure the gods for Xiphos would be able to play a similar role in overcoming the ring in their presence and finding a solution to destroying it.
Yeah, I know for a fact that Gandalf, despite being so powerful, wanted nothing to do with the wing.
That's true. You good?
Liz, you alright? Oh no. Lizzie.
Oh.
Lizzie. This is not good, Liz. Leave and come back.
No set.
Liz.
Oh, okay.
Hold up. No, I just did that to him.
Okay. We just got to the good stuff. Were you even paying attention to the debate, really?
No, not really.
Fair enough.
This is not good, guys. This is bad. This is bad. Well.
Bad.
Well. We have some problems here, guys.
Indeed we do. Dog.
Oh, cool. There's a galactic community now.
Yes, I'm gonna use the bathroom again, and
well,
hopefully
we might
Lizzie,
be. Well, we might be ending. We might be ending the stream. Wait. Lizzie's coming back.
Yeah.
No, wait. No.
Oh, sweet.
No, he's not. He's not coming back.
What?
Never mind. I don't know where the fuck Lizzie is. I mean, shit. We might be ending it right here, guys. Damn.
What the hell? Okay.
Yeah, that's good bummer, man. I mean, we can give it a couple minutes to see if he comes back. Go take a piss. But
should do that.
Yeah, I mean, this might be the unceremonious end to the stream. It's not great. All right, let's see some of these things. Mine is useful. Yeah, I forgot the name. Okay, let's see. Stickmen, Clash of Clans, Royal. Don't forget about the zombie. Okay, you guys are just like talking about shit. Okay. Pretty sure Liz is a dude. Oh, wait. You back? There you go.
Damn it. Fucking internet.
I get it. Doug went to the bathroom. He'll be right back. And then you may continue your debate. If you would,
God damn it.
If that's something you would
I
like.
went on a whole thing.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah, shit
Fucking.
happens. It's understandable. I mean, it's a pretty slow night, so I'm not too pissy about it tonight.
Damn
To
it.
be fair.
I was in like a big thing and I was going on about it. Fuck. Oh, now I have to restate it again.
All right.
Damn it. Fuck.
You good?
What was the? Yeah, I didn't realize the fucking internet cut out, and I was like, oh shit. I like noticed it when I glanced up on my phone, and I was like, oh shit. I've no internet.
You're good, man.
What was
So-
the last thing that I said?
I don't remember. We were going
Oh.
over the corruption over the heroes.
Oh yeah. So I do think because of that's right. Okay. So I do think because Gandalf wanted nothing to do with the wing at all. And Gandalf is an incredibly strong-willed and powerful character. That he didn't want to touch the wing. He wanted nothing to do with it. I do think if you gave it to these heroes, they would eventually be corrupted by the wing. It just depends on how long would that take, because they would eventually be corrupted.
I would think that this would be more of a situation of they would fight Sauron the same way at the beginning in the movie when he gets his finger cut off, where they're near Mount Doom and they have a chance to throw it, and it's whether or not they're incorruptible enough to throw it right away. And I would argue that in that moment they have enough time frame to just toss the ring, unlike Sildor, who took the ring out immediately, because these guys have those. Xiphos himself has the gods with him, and I'm pretty sure the Merrick she's a very pure character who is very selfless and about others, which would be very counterintuitive to the ring's influence, because it's about influencing you on your selfish desires. And as for the other two characters, the Archdeacon, I don't know what to say about her for her character very much, for what it is she's got going on. But for Atreus, he might be susceptible. That's possible, because he was given his position just by his father undeservingly, for the most part, because his brother died and his father just wanted to give it to him, which ultimately pissed off the more experienced veteran. Point is, he might be the most susceptible, but it's like a 2-to-1 type situation, I would think. So yeah,
Yeah.
I think I think there's a good chance that they'll toss the ring, especially since they also have the brother of the king, who is not really shown. He's shown only in the stories. He is a very, very magically adept dude who was able to translate the writings on the on the lunar clops tablets, and come to use magical abilities, which allow him to literally like summon ale and transmute things and use all the different magical abilities of the Order Empire. He is the high wizard of it all, so all their abilities he can use. So I would say he'd look at that ring and be like, fucking get rid of that. However you guys, like, I don't care. Fucking hand it to a giant, throw it. Get rid of that ring. He probably, yeah, wouldn't be too big of a deal.
I do have to also bring up the evil counterpart to Sauron, to Gandalf, as well. He's shown to be incredibly powerful.
I mean, I
at
think it's
least-
just Gandalf himself as evil, just not holding back.
Yeah,
Oh, the ring itself is also Sauron's power at the same time. That's what that is.
Oh yeah.
I don't know how
I do
relevant
think
he
he
is.
would. I do think he would be a match for these heroes if they met in battle. He's incredibly powerful.
Maybe, but I don't know how applicable he would be to the discussion, since that never happened.
Yeah, he really only fights like Gandalf. That's kind of it, from what I remember. He mostly spends all of his time in that fucking tower.
Oh, you're talking about Saruman. I don't know how
Yeah.
much Saruman. So the Magi Kill is a entire nation of wizards who are solely devoted to magical warfare. Like, that is their entire way of doing things. And while we only see them really mostly summoning minions and explosions, there's a variety of magical things, such as the shop having magical abilities of like summoning gold, summoning zombies, and all the different armors and stuff that have random magical abilities that the Magi kill are the only ones who can be responsible for. That I think this whole nation of Magi would be able to overcome Saruman for sure. Like I don't think that's a question. These guys, these are yeah, the skill department belongs to the Stick Wars units because their whole lives are dedicated to perfecting their methods of warfare to the fullest of extent because it is the superior method, you know?
Mm. Hmm.
It is their way of life, and it's how they ought to be. Well, I mean, the Order Empire kind of changed that, but you know, they still had multiple rebellions of those nations trying to reestablish themselves, so they never really got rid. They never had enough generations of people to remove those soldiers who dedicated their lives to dedicated themselves to that way of life to die out. They're still there.
Okay. Hmm. I definitely think if you got enough of them together, you could probably kill. I fucking hate the fact that they both start with S. It's so stupid.
Saruman.
Yeah, Sauron. I definitely think if you got enough wizards together, you could kill him. It would just take a lot, and obviously he's gonna be around with his fucking army and shit. So like, I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna conclude that Mortal probably loses, but it only loses because I don't know a ton about Lord of the Rings.
Yeah. There is. I know there's other crazier stuff. I just don't know how much of it's applicable based off of what era. Because I know there's massive monsters that can get bigger than mountains, which which I think is way bigger than the giant that the Stick Wars units took on. But I don't know how much of those cooperate with Sauron.
Yeah, the
if
biggest monsters. Oh no, go ahead.
If Dan was here, he could probably tell us some shit that Sauron could pull off, which would be horrifying.
Yeah, as far as I know, the biggest monsters they have are the Demodikill, or what the fuck, God, what a fucking terrible name. The big ass elephant things. Those, as far as I know, the biggest things that he has. Unless we count. I thought he had like worm. I thought he had massive as fuck worm creatures under his command at the Battle of the Five Armies.
Yeah, those things would be a pretty tough match. I do know that the miners do have experience with tunneling in the mountains and hollowing that shit out, so maybe they can do some underground warfare, but that's a pretty new thing for them to go up against. That'd be a pain.
Yeah, the miners. Yeah, well, the miners and stickmen are not combat units. All they do is mine resources.
They do mine resources. They can fight, and they are given armor, which still gives them some resistances and combat utilities that can be applicable. So there is also a armor which literally allows you to hit someone and they will explode when they die. So that's something they could do. I don't know how useful that will be against the worms, but that's pretty impressive ability. And when they die, they also explode. That's how that armor works.
Oh, okay. Huh. Interesting.
So eat a bunch of miners, they all blow up in your belly. Suicide bomb.
Yeah, I don't know if that's going to work particularly well against the worms. The worms are like massive as fuck.
They're massive, but every unit, including giants, can wear that armor. So if that worm just eats enough mass of explosive units, they're just gonna blow up from the inside, and it just kill them. And it's very inefficient way to handle it, honestly, but it's still an effective method. There's also the necromancer armor that exists. Anyone they kill will come back as a zombie on their side, and when they die, they come back as a zombie.
Oh, okay. That's interesting. That would be pretty useful. Although I think Mordor would develop tactics to be like, oh, if they're wearing this specific type of armor, don't get close to them. Oh, if they're wearing that specific type of armor and we lose a dude, just like stab him in the head so he dies immediately because he's gonna come back as a zombie.
there's definitely tactics, but I would also argue that Mordor might have necromancer ability, might have necromancer abilities that would be superior to that. I don't know the lore, but I do know Shadow of War shows necromancer power that's pretty damn efficient. And if the lore and they do semi respect the lore and some of the things they do, like the drakes, for example, are babies because of the official size in the real Lord of the Rings. But a lot of narratives still changing that. And
Yeah, I
Sauron,
know
yeah,
they have.
Sauron's a necromancer.
Yeah, he is a necromancer. I just don't know how powerful he is as a necromancer. Like, I don't know if he could, for example, raise an entire army of dead guys to fight for him. I don't know. I don't know if he can do that.
Pretty sure all the Nazgul count as a form of necromancers or undead. I think they
And
all got raised from the dead. That's his
yeah, but
necromancy.
I'm pretty sure there's only like 9 Nazgul or like 10.
Yeah, it's only like 9 or 10. There's some powerful bitches though. That's fair.
They are basic. They are completely immune to any conventional weapon. I think the only thing that kills them is magical weapons or fire. That's it.
So they might be able to. So there is the Savage armor, which deals extra damage to undead units in the game. I don't know. Like it's all zombies in that game, so maybe it's only could be applied to zombies, but it's still specifically undead. So maybe it could do extra damage to the Nazgul, but I doubt it's. This is a fucking Nazgul. These guys are gonna be
Yeah,
more powerful than heroes themselves, and
yeah,
they'll
and
be
and they
quite
out.
one hell of a
Mhm.
battle.
Yeah, and they outnumber the heroes. There's only 4 heroes, and there's like 9 to 10 Nazgul.
But you'll still have the heroes' allies along. They'll still have allies alongside them, which can be buffed. There are magical abilities such as enraging light units to be able to enrage. All the units have at some point in the game an enraged ability, so they fight harder and faster. And there are the golden Spiritans that Xiphos has, which is only 4, but they are roughly equivalent to Atreus, and they have the ability. They have a special spear that when they throw it, it reappears back in their hand. All the Spiritans throw their spears very efficient, and then they use like a little sword, which is based off the official Spartans. But the golden Spiritan spears return to them, and I think there are also golden Archideons.
Mhm.
Maybe there's 4 of them. Again, they're not as efficient. They're very agile. It can shoot you, but they don't really have very special abilities compared to the other guys. And the Golden Archdeacon, Spiritans, like I said, strong motherfuckers. So that's gonna even the numbers right there, because that's 8 more guys. And I would argue that 2 of each of them is worth a hero. So that's gonna be enough to even the playing field with the Nazgul. I mean, the Witch King is gonna be a boss level threat. He's gonna have to be soloed by all of them. But like I said, these guys don't fight without their armies, so it's gonna
Yeah, but
be.
neither does Sauron. Like if he shows up on the field personally, he's gonna have a fuck ton of forces with him.
You're right. You're right. That is true. It will be a good question though if the might of his monsters can overcome the skilled in fucking discipline of the Order Empire, because they have dedicated themselves to warfare, and there is the Chaos Empire that they fight against, which are a bunch of monsters that would not be too dissimilar from Sauron. There are undead like zombies. The Juggernauts, giants. There's these crawlers, which are basically like small bobcat, basically like demon cats. They're the size of bobcats. They fight you head
Hmm.
on, and something to keep in mind when it comes to fighting, when it comes to big pet cats in general, they're super fucking fast. Like there's a video you can find of a cat looking at a snake. The snake lunges at the cat, and the video goes in slow motion, and in like that like split second of that snake lunging, the cat looks to his side, realizes this snake is lunging at him, and moves the fuck out of the way. They're fast as shit. Like the reaction time of leopards is said to be 10 times the speed of humans, and I've seen a video of a guy get mauled by a tiger, which was horrific. He somehow survived, but he looked to the side turned his head for a split second, and they're ambush predators. The moment you do that, they'll act out of instinct to kill you. And that tiger pounced on him so fast, this guy looked like he just let the fucking tiger bite him and didn't even react. And the fact is, these crawlers will go head on against sword wraths and against the units, and they'll still get struck. Like you can swing things at a cat, and they can usually move out of the way pretty fucking easily, surprisingly easily. So the fact that these bigger cats, which should be able to react faster, they can fight on, shows some speed. I don't know. I just wanted to bring that up. I want to talk about this series.
Yeah. I do think I don't know how fast in comparison to say like a warg would be.
Org would
So
be
that's kind of
terrifying. Like they're
yeah.
gonna definitely take on most of the melee, most of the infantry, but there's the giants and the what's it called? The fucking Riptord guys, which are their cavalry. And I know that the giants may be responsible to take on a lot of things, but the giants themselves are a whole nation, which they are enslaved in some of the games, but there's also the leader of the giants, Griffin the Giant, who is the largest of them all. He joined the Order Empire willingly, so you have enslaved and free giants in the Order Empire. So there's a lot of them, which will be able to handle many different things for him.
Hmm.
Yeah,
I do think the Giants would probably go down to the Siege Ballista they have. Oh, and they also have catapults as well.
So there is a army-wide spell which is just a massive bubble that blocks all ranged attacks. This even includes the giant's boulder, which is the equivalent of a catapult. So I'm pretty sure they can protect them from siege attacks temporarily so that they could deal with the problem. And again, I mentioned the Shadow Kill earlier in the debate, who can move their way through the army stealthily and execute all the siege engineers.
Hmm.
Assassinates.
Yeah. That's fair.
You also got the sickle wrath. These guys are interesting. So they have a sickle because they were farmers, and somehow this sickle does splash damage and allows them to kill lightly armored enemies really quickly. It's interesting.
Oh, that's weird.
That is weird indeed.
All right. I mean, that's going to be good against like goblins and stuff.
Oh, for sure. It's not as weird as the enemies from the Empire, which are literally just creatures that exist to fucking explode. They're like these creatures just blow up, and for some reason they live to do that. And the
Huh.
Order Empire have fought these guys, never tamed them, but they've experienced them before, and it just shows that, and they can survive them blowing up a couple times. The lightest of the units can. The
Yeah.
heavier units can survive several explosions. But I don't think any of them can be arguably said as big as the one shown as Helm's Deep. But granted, I'm pretty sure the Helm's Deep explosion was multiple bombs piled up on a gate. And I don't think anything like that would ever be replicated on just infantry.
Yeah, they would have to like ambush them or something with stuff like that.
I wouldn't put it past them because the Uruk-hai are corrupted elves, and the Olog-hai are skilled, intelligent trolls, and they would all be quite the match. If you be an interesting fight. Also, should something to keep in mind is the fact that Sauron would probably try to corrupt units. Like he does. I don't know. Maybe the giants probably try to take their giants. That's a possibility. Don't know how well he probably pulled that off.
Yeah, I do think he would also try to corrupt the weaker units, like the sword guys.
Do not consider the sword wraths as weak as you think they are, because they are very strong-willed soldiers who are able to empower themselves with just their rage. they're very capable warriors, and the fact is that they ultimately have the ability to overcome the Spiritans, who much easier than the Spiritans can overcome them. But that can be much more argued over skilled in combat than just physical power or even mental fortitude. But I'd argue that Xiphos and Rathnar are the two Sword Wrath heroes. They are probably some of the most mentally strong characters for some of the shit that they are said to do in the story.
Yeah, alright. Because
Now that-
I do know that Mordor has lots of men under its command as well that has fallen under his sway, so that's why I brought it up.
You will definitely have a possible advantage of the Order Empire being at their peak, and the king would have all the units rebel against him for whatever reason or another. Sauron is definitely a crafty dude to be able to get some of them to rebel because the Order Empire has a history throughout the games of just causing more rebellions against them. But I would also argue that Sauron is a pretty damn good threat to unite nations, just like in the second game when they met the Chaos Empire, where it caused that rebellion to immediately end as soon as they realized the new threat.
Yeah. Oh, I just thought of something. It is shown in, I think it's the second movie, that it's that king guy, and he basically gets corrupted by. Is that the ring, or is he just generally corrupted? He was evil,
That was
wasn't he?
Saruman. Saruman was possessing him,
Ah, okay.
but
Okay.
Gandalf kicked him out.
Yeah. Do you think any of these characters would be immune to being like possessed by Sauron?
Probably not. I don't know. The closest thing to possession is the Marokai, and I'm pretty
Hmm.
sure he has an ability where he messes with the head of units and causes them to walk into enemy formations and die. But he can't really use this on heroes. I don't know if this is a game mechanic though, if this is applicable to story. But I mean, the Marokai character has extreme magical abilities and can even enter the mind of others. And I'm pretty sure when she read the mind of her rebellious sister, she had to break through some barriers, so she might have some mental fortitude with that magic. And Xiphos, like I mentioned earlier, has powered by multiple, like a group of gods. Don't really know much about them, but the fact that he has that would probably help him out for sure. The king, on the other hand, he's definitely susceptible. He is a bit of a greedy asshole. Kind of not. The rebellions happen because he's a bit of a selfish prick who doesn't really think a lot of things through very well.
Okay. Yeah, because I think if Sauron possesses the king, that's going to be a massive problem for the Ordo Empire.
Now, that can be a
Mhm.
problem, but his brother is already going to start yet another rebellion, and his brother is easily the most powerful magical user in the Order Empire. He might be able to do something about that. And the thing is, a little bit of deep lore for Stick Wars. Uh, the god of everything, who is called V, he ultimately saw, yeah, he ultimately saw the very squeaky chair. He
Sorry,
ultimately
that's me.
saw,
My bad.
you're all good. He ultimately saw the warfare that was about to take place, and the idea to start the Order Empire for the two brothers was given to them by V as like a last-ditch effort to fix the situation. But ultimately, by the most latest game, the lunar eclipse that showed up, it's very heavily implied by the poem at the end of that V is pissed off again and is now ready to destroy everything, which hints that we're going to get the Elemental Empire from Stick Empires again, which I'm excited for. But we don't know how long that's going to fucking be. So they get again. So, so
Okay.
there's influence by gods, and they are getting angry and are about to come down and wreck everyone's shit, and that is something that is what Sauron does not want to deal with. Now, that might honestly leave for a fail for the Order Empire as well, but they are trying to also help them at first to begin with, so they might deal with
Yeah.
Sauron and then punish the Order Empire, which would still be an Empire win.
I do know for a fact that it did take the involvement of the god in Lord of the Rings, basically to influence events, to basically make it so that because Sauron was such a big threat that the like capital G god of the verse basically influenced events so that he would lose. So there is that.
Yeah.
So the fact that he was that big of a threat is like pretty impressive. But yeah, it's
It
kind
is
of all I got from Lord of the Rings. All right, that's fair. I think honestly, there are ways in which the Order Empire could possibly win, and then I think there are ways in which they possibly don't. Kind of just depends.
You're right. I think the magic of Sauron is very sly and maniacal and tricky, and it's very long term, and it's all about messing up people from the inside. And I think he has the ability to mess up the Order Empire from the inside out. It's all there. They rebel a lot. They don't get along very well. Some pretty greedy assholes in there, but they also have all the heroes and everything they need to stop Sauron and overcome it, and be able to take him in a head-on fight. Uh, I don't think it would be an easy battle by any stretch of the imagination, but the fact that one of them can literally bring people back to life, that might be able to allow them to win that first engagement, and then the long-term engagement, it's a coin toss. It really is.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I do think it's also a coin toss.
Now, I think if Dan was in here, he would probably, make this so one-sided against Stick Wars because there's a lot to talking.
Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot to talking.
Yeah, that's the conclusion of our debate.
Yep.
$2, yay.
Hey, it was a long night. Not really. It's only 11 where I am. So
I don't know what the fuck happened. I'm like out of power.
Damn.
No.
Yeah, I'm like, because I glanced up because I have a thing in my room which has a light and that's not on, and I'm like, oh, that's weird. So I guess I'm out of power or something.
So did you hear enough of the debate to think the Order Empire story was interesting, Rouga?
I didn't hear none of that debate.
I think the Order Empire. I think the Empire story, the Order Empire story, is kind of cool.
I know, right? What I like about the story so much is the games are so simple. The very first game is a very basic flash animation with a super simple premise where you're going around beating enemies and you get their units. You can control one unit as well, which doesn't do much, but just have fun. And just by basic dialogue and just some cutscene, they were able to add so much story. And with all the other games after that, they just managed to add everything onto it correctly and not go downhill once, realistically. So far, they haven't gone downhill with any of the games, in my opinion.
Nice.
But the story has only gotten better too. The most recent game has probably had the best story.
So does this mean we're going to toss it up to a vote in terms of who wins?
Sure.
I think in the long term.
What was it? Lord of the Rings versus somebody else? Stick people.
Yeah, Lord of the Rings versus
Lord of the Rings. Specifically, Sauron versus the Order Empire.
Yeah.
Right.
I think if it was all Lord of the Rings, I think the fucking Order Empire is cooked.
Oh, for sure. Now, it's if we take all the Stick Wars, it's more of a discussion because of the third faction, the Elementals, which literally have the ability to summon the avatar of the god of the series. When I say okay, summon the avatar, summon an army of the fucking avatar,
Oh
and the
damn.
avatar from like the series Avatar, because he controls wind, fire, fucking water and earth, electricity and shit. So yeah, it can get nuts. Don't know how physically powerful it gets. They only show up in a game, which really has very little story. But you know, the story about V is pretty fucking nuts.
Groovy. All right. So, do we have any more debates? Any at all, or are we just fucking? Is that it? Because if that's it, I'm calling it a night. Nobody got a debate. You gotta have a debate. I'm gonna give people a chance to say something. Because
Do you think Optimus Prime could take down a Scarab tank
What's a scarab tank?
I
from
mean,
Halo
it's
3?
not. It's a thing. It's a Halo.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure you were talking about the Halo. That's the only one that I knew of, but yeah, I think it would absolutely take down. I think Optimus Prime, depending on the version, Optimus Prime should be able to solo basically the entire universe. I don't even think necessarily the Flood would be able to infect them. It just kind of depends. It does get to a point where he's basically like a magical creature.
Yeah, it's kind of cool.
He literally could.
Bayverse.
What's up?
About Bayverse Optimus.
Oh, Bayverse?
I still think he beats a Scaleb. Beating a Scaleb is not that hard, even for that version.
I don't know. I mean,
You're talking about a game.
Bayverse can be blown up. Bayverses can be blown up with a grenade launcher.
Yeah, but they take many grenades to do that.
No,
especially Optimus Prime.
No, not really.
Still way less than the
we straight up see a regular dude, soldier fire like 3 or 4 grenades from a grenade launcher at one of the Transformers. They get blown to pieces.
To be fair, they are a lot weaker in that show, in that movie series. Got harmed by like the AC-130.
Don't we see the some other Transformers though take endure shots from Abrams and other heavy armored vehicles?
Probably.
I think
wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah.
Pretty sure Megatron himself survived a barrage in the second movie.
Yeah.
Everyone was like a lot of dudes getting killed off around him, but he ate a couple rounds.
Would not surprise me, sir.
Pretty good.
Now
I definitely think Optimus Prime can kill, even the Bay version could kill a Scarab pretty easily.
How Rick would do in the Manhunt scenario? It's actually kind of a cool topic, but it's been so long since I played Manhunt. I wouldn't be able to remember it very well. Who's played Manhunt? And I'm assuming by Rick he means Rick from The Walking Dead, not Rick from Rick and Morty. That would be my assumption.
Yeah, it'd be kind of dumb for Rick and Morty.
Gotcha.
But Rick Grimes and Manhunt, is that a PS2 game?
Yeah. I think Manhunt's
a PS2 game.
I think he does pretty damn well. Rick Grimes is a very tough character.
Not really.
He fucks people. I mean, he still fucks people up.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
And that Manhunt's
not compared
just a
to
serial
Manhunt.
killer. What does
I mean,
Manhunt do?
what's the toughest? Yeah, he's just a dude, isn't he? In Manhunt.
I mean, no, it's not. I mean, yeah, I guess he's just a dude. I mean, sure, I suppose. But you're putting him into a death game with a bunch of psychotic criminals. He's Rick's never had to deal with anything like that.
Yeah, but he deals with all you.
There was a season specifically where they had prisoners, and they had even a couple of them trying to kill him.
That's not the same thing. You know that's not the same. If you've seen that season, you know that's not the same thing.
I still think Rick does really well.
It's a different. He with his crew had like 3 prisoners join him, and then one of them was disrespectful to him, so he killed him with a machete, and then that was it. That's all it was. Like it was a real quick thing.
That guy wasn't just this. He tried to take his life a couple times.
Yeah, but He tried to.
would
No,
be,
he did not. It wasn't a couple times. It was once. He tried to like shove a zombie into Rick when they were fighting, and Rick had to kill the zombie. And then the prisoner tried to play it off like it was an accident when Rick knew it wasn't. And then Rick immediately hit him in the face with a machete, killing him. There wasn't a fight.
I mean,
it wasn't a challenge. Manhunt is literally you being taken by the prison system, put into a death game where you have to go around being attacked by many armed soldiers and try to kill when you yourself are not armed. That isn't like, I don't even see how you can compare those two. That would be like you and me talking and then me deciding to stab you out of nowhere, comparatively to me being thrown into a death game with a bunch of military trained soldiers with automatic weapons firing at me. Those are two very totally different scenarios. And you're trying to compare them because prison was involved in both of them.
I still think Wick is a decently well combatant.
I thought I did.
I still think Wick is still a decently well combatant that he would do okay.
Yeah,
I don't know. I
was
don't know.
thinking of
I don't
was
know
a
if he would
series where
win.
you're a psychotic killer going around public and just killing random civilians and police officers. You're not. I wasn't thinking of some game
No,
where you're
that's-
thrown into a death match.
No,
with
that's
murderers and shit.
hatred. You're thinking of hatred.
Yeah, I think that. Yeah,
Hatred, he would do
that's what I
even
was-
worse.
Yeah, hatred. He would
He would
he's
do way
pretty fucked.
worse. Hatred.
Yeah, no, he.
Hatred. The main
Yeah, no.
character of Hatred, I think his name is Antagonist. He literally takes on an entire city by himself.
Yeah, no, Wick's not doing
He
that.
takes on the whole military by himself with a bunch of weapons that he finds. He kills thousands of people and then eventually fights his way to a nuclear power plant and just blows the whole fucking city up.
Yep. Yeah, Wick definitely.
Rick would get
Rick-
fucking slaughtered in Hatred. I mean, at
Yeah.
least Manhunt is somewhat realistic with the characters, but the main character of Hatred is a supernatural being with the ridiculous level
Yeah,
of
he's-
power that he has.
Yeah,
The hell?
he's
Okay.
effectively a
It's-
force of nature.
So is there not? What's a series of a normal guy who's not this
You mean
superhuman
Postal?
that's going around
You mean-
murdering people? I
You mean
don't
Postal?
know. I don't know. There's a fucking video of a dude going crazy and he's literally just murdering random people and cops and shit. He's not in any death game. He's not soloing an army or
Yeah,
nothing. He's just
yeah,
a
this
guy
is-
out to kill people.
All right. Yeah,
Like,
this
I'm
is-
talking.
this is-
I was thinking of something way different of what you guys are going through, and I can't
Yeah, no,
remember
you're
its name. for
thinking.
one.
Yeah, no, you're thinking of Postal. You're thinking of the game series Postal because you can do that in that
Maybe.
game.
Maybe
At
the
least
whole
that's what I think
game.
you're thinking.
What I was thinking of was the whole premise of the game is there's so many different ways you could kill your victims, and it's just about how creative you can do it. And you're just a normal dude running from the cops on a psychotic killing spree. Nothing special.
Yeah, I don't know this game that you're talking about.
I think it was a
'Cause that-
big game, but it was
Mm,
from
okay.
PS2 era, so it was a while ago, and it was probably a more niche game. And it was during that
Mm.
time where it was like video games are violent and whatnot, so probably. And I think there was also just more higher quality games in the PS2 anyways. So
It's a lot of good games in the PS2.
I think Wick in the 28 series. Well, Wick would be fine because he's in America and those series take place in England, so he wins.
Is that a laugh?
That was me being kind of disrespectful. So I'm like, well, if we put him there, he's in America already, so he automatically wins.
How dare you be
Exhale.
disrespectful, sir?
it was to
But
the
no,
grimes.
I honestly think if you put Wick Grimes in like the 28 Days Later series, he's probably not going to do well. Well, he'd do okay, but he'd probably die.
Probably die.
Because the walkers in, I mean, unless he literally like holds up somewhere and he holds up somewhere really well. That's about it.
I don't really know anything about the 28 Days Later zombies.
They're like rage-filled zombies. They're very fast. They're pretty strong.
They're technically
they
not
die out.
zombies.
Yeah, they're technically not zombies either. They die out incredibly quickly because they don't eat or drink.
Which I
So
believe was
that's a problem?
retconned. Like the first film was called 28 Days Later because it takes 28 days for them to starve to death. But in 28 months later, they come back, and then 28 years later, they've been around for years, like decades. So,
Yeah, that
so it's
doesn't
like they
make
kind of
sense.
retconned why it was called 28 Days Later in the first place.
Oh, I thought. Oh, okay. I was
They
thinking it was
didn't
called 28 Days
initially.
Later.
Well, no, it was originally called 28 Days because at the end of the movie, they survive. At the end of the movie, it says 28 days later, and then we actually see all the rage zombies dying off and starving to death because they ran out of food. So like the importance of the phrase 28 days later is how long you have to survive, because that's how long it takes for them to starve out.
Okay.
Yeah, and
I
then there's
was
that
thinking
whole
That
section
movie
earlier in the
shows-
film where the military guy chained one up to a wall, and the guy's like, "Why'd you chain it up to a wall?" And he's like, "We're trying to see how long it takes for him to starve to death." But then all of the military guys get like butchered before you actually
Yeah.
find out, and then in the 28, and at the ending you actually find out how long it takes. 28 days.
Yeah. Okay. I was
28
thinking it was called 28 Days Later because they took over like the UK in 28 days, but fair enough.
We don't actually know how long it took for them to take over the UK. We know at the start of the movie it was basically already taken over, but we don't
Yeah.
we don't know how long it took.
Yeah, fair enough.
That wasn't even the zombie apocalypse. The UK just went to shit. I'm making that up. I don't know.
Lol.
A lot of people might agree with you.
I mean, I definitely actually hold on. Now that I think about it, Wick actually might do decently if he finds guns, because those types of the 28 days later guys can just be killed. You can just kill them with like a normal human. If you shoot him in the chest, he just dies. So they're actually a bit easier to kill than the Walking Dead zombies because you don't have to get headshots on them. They're just faster.
Yeah.
That's basically the only thing that's a problem.
I wouldn't even think the issue is killing them. The problem is it's so easy to get infected by them. If you get blood and stuff in your eyes, you become one of them. I think Rick can kill him pretty easily because the fact that he can use a hatchet and like just slash it through a skull with the way he can with just walkers is
What are we talking about?
pretty impressive.
Fighting against what?
The 28
28
days.
days later zombies.
You can't get it in your eyes.
Yeah, no. If you get it in your eyes,
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, Rick is fucked because he can kill the zombies, but the thing is like he gets blood in his eyes the way like he does in The Walking Dead. He's just gonna get infected because he gets covered in blood all the time when he fights.
Well, to be fair, I do think if you put him in there, he would probably know that, because presumably, unless he just literally gets teleported there and he doesn't like,
You're
start
right.
out
Oh,
and then it happens.
The thing is Rick's story starts with him waking up from a coma and learning how shit's going down. But the thing is, I don't think he would. I'm pretty sure his coma would last longer than 28 days.
Yeah,
It's like he
it does
wake. Imagine that you wake up and a zombie apocalypse happened and got finished within like the month you were asleep. You just wake up and like, what the fuck happened?
Lol, that'd be funny. I think if he got the white equipment, he would be okay, but he would have to get like a fucking Wyatt helmet and shit.
Your riot
And a
helmet. Yeah.
Yeah, and a gun.
He's a cop, so that probably wouldn't be too difficult for him.
Yeah, that's true too. He would get a gun like basically instantaneously. It's not bad. And if he goes to like a police station to go get gear, he'll be fine.
And I guess comic book Rick, from what I hear, is also more crazy because he, I guess, gets into more brutal fights, and eventually, his hand gets cut off, and he gets a metal mace that he uses to fuck dudes up with. So that's a whole nother animal, but I don't really know anything about that story.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. How does he lose his arm? Does he get bit?
Maybe. I think he got bit and he had to cut it off.
Whose arm are we talking about?
Yeah. Well, in that case, he's fucked. If he gets bit, he's fucked. He's dead immediately. Dead. He can't afford to get bit. Yeah, no, this virus spreads incredibly quickly.
I know it's like a 10-second.
It's not even 10 seconds.
It's like barely anything. I think the longest it takes is 20 seconds, if not even shorter.
It's not 20 seconds. No, it's
incredibly
way shorter than 20 seconds. Way shorter than 10 seconds. Wait, one single drop got into a guy's eye, and it was literally like 5-6 seconds, and he was turned. He didn't even have enough time to tell his daughter like don't come near him. Like he was like no, stay back, and then it like immediately happened. Like it was super fast.
Yeah, that's what I was going. That was really quick.
Yeah, he could do it if he plays smart. Now, if it was his crew with him, then yeah, that's pretty easy.
Well,
yeah, that's the only problem.
Rick, you're basically going to take Rick and you're going to throw him in a situation with a group of zombies where the infection is more powerful, the infection is faster, he can get infected in more ways. The zombies themselves are faster and stronger. They don't get tired, and they run. I mean,
yeah, but they're also able to be killed a lot easier. You don't have to get headshots, and that's a
doesn't
huge
matter. But
thing.
it doesn't matter. No, but I
They
mean,
still got adrenaline.
They still ignore pain until you can actually like kill them. I mean, you can still stab them and stuff. And they still come at you until they die. And I think I would rather have to fight 10 dudes who are walking at me that I have to get headshots on than 2 dudes who are running at me at full speed that I can kill it any way I want. Like that's a very big difference.
Yeah, it also just depends on like how close they are to you. Because at a certain distance, the guys who are winning are you're just like fucked.
Yeah, they won't tire out. Rick can't really keep going forever.
Yeah, he would have to barricade himself. He would have to find some place to stay.
I mean, you could technically give him his horse. He does have a horse in the first
season. He does
season.
have a horse. That's true.
The horse gets eaten immediately. It gets eaten immediately.
Yeah, the horse is kind of fucked.
Got it for like one episode.
One fucking episode, but he does. But it's still his horse. If he doesn't fuck this one up, and he actually can ride away from them.
It's gonna be great.
But if he comes across one horde, he's fucked because he fucked it up with a walking horde.
Yeah, if he comes across a horde, he's boned. He doesn't survive that.
I don't even know the settlement situation 28 days later.
There's like some military guys that'll hold up inside like a building. There's not a lot of them. There's like, I don't know, like a few. There's like a dozen at most or something. There's not a lot. And given that those guys are complete assholes and aren't very competent, I'm gonna be honest, they're probably gonna get fucked. Like they did in the movie.
Yeah, and we don't really know what much we can give Rick at this, because if we're taking Rick the moment he wakes up, it's before he goes through all of his traumatic shit that turns him into the hardened badass that we really know him as. He's just kind of a fresh face in the whole thing. So he's mostly fucked more than anything. He has to do absolutely everything correctly in order to survive this, even though it is possible. It's like a 1 in 100 chance.
Yeah, especially if you just take him like as he is at the very beginning of the show. It's like, well, if he comes across a single fucking dude, he's like dead.
It is highly unlikely.
Yep.
Now, still, if we go by the first movie's logic, Rick's coma can last longer than the entire apocalypse.
Yeah, that's true, which I find very funny.
Rouga, you should definitely do it if you care. Do a 28 days later challenge just so you can put Rick in and say that he just skips the whole thing because of his coma.
Well, they both have the exact. Well, actually, both movies the show and the movie y'all talking about both start the exact same way. The main character goes into a coma.
Yeah, that is funny actually. That the main dude in 28 days later wakes up from a coma and the UK is fucked.
Fun.
That's fair.
Fun.
I think it's a funny idea though.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very comical.
I still have no fucking power. What the fuck?
All right. Did anyone come up with the debate, or am I ending the stream? I gave you guys plenty of time to come up with something.
The governor cut off his hand. Okay.
I mean, to be fair, Wick does fight. I think if we took Wick from a later time, he would do much better. But if you take him at the very beginning, he's basically fucked.
Basically.
This was the ending. Yaku, bruh, I thought this was the ending. I mean, I asked a while ago. I said, hey, I said, you guys got anything? And then I just started a conversation about Rick, waiting for you guys to get something, and you guys didn't get anything. So yeah, I guess it's the end. We'll end it here. And
we had a 28 days later discussion with Rick to end it off.
Yeah, and I made $12 in the
Yep.
stream. Congratulations.
Yeah.
This is a waste of my fucking time. All right, wait. I think here's okay. So yeah, we're gonna end it here. Let me think. You're gonna be getting the Dispatch playthrough, the end of it, on Wednesday night, 7 p.m. The next video that will probably come out not till Tuesday. Honestly, I don't think I'm gonna be able to get it done tomorrow or Monday. It'll come out Tuesday morning, and yeah, that's it. So everybody have a good night, and I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your weekend. Toodles.
Toodles. My grandpa used to say.